welcome back from our council recess. Thank you for joining our closed session. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020, and State of California Executive Order N-08-21, dated June 11, 2021. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/cc_speakers to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 979-5597-4672. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. City Attorney Chopra will make remarks, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the item listed for closed session. City Attorney Chopra.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will meet on one item in closed session, item 2.1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, California Government Code, Section 54957B1, Title Council Appointee City Clerk, and conference with labor negotiators, California Government Code, Section 54957.6A, Agency Designated Representative, Vice Mayor Ramirez, Unrepresented Employee, City Clerk. That concludes the closed session announcement.
Great, thank you. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 3-minute timer. All right, I am not seeing any hands for public comment on this item. City Clerk Glazer, do you see anything? I'm not. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to close public comment, and the council will now recess to close session, and we'll return to this meeting at 6:30 for the regular session. Thanks, everyone. See you in closed session.
Hey, Christian.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back from council recess. We are going to have our city council regular meeting for August 24th, 2021. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020, and the State of California Executive Order N-08-21, dated June 11th, 2021. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/cc_speakers to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 979-5597-4672. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. All right, and then just for everyone's knowledge, about 2 weeks ago, the city announced that we would continue to hold our council meetings virtually through the end of September. We're taking this approach due to the increasing public health concerns over the rise of the highly contagious COVID-19 Delta variant in our region, and also because we are making technology upgrades in our council chambers to enable hybrid meetings. Our focus is putting the health and safety of our community first, and the hybrid format would allow the public to attend meetings in person at council chambers or virtually via Zoom. The city will continue to prioritize equity and inclusion efforts by providing translation services in real time at the council meetings for items of interest. Unless we have further notice from the state or the county, we are anticipating returning to in-person council meetings in October. And I did also want to state that we have translation services available tonight in Spanish. All right, so we'll move on to item 2, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. So please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we'll move on to item 3, roll call. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abeykoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Kame.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 4, which is our consent calendar. The items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. A motion to approve the consent calendar should include reading the title of the resolutions attached to items 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, 4.9, and 4.11. And as a reminder, the purpose of the consent calendar is for the council to efficiently and quickly consider a high volume of routine or administrative business items with one motion. Although council members may remove items, it is generally not intended for the council to have a lengthy substantive discussion on consent calendar items. So if someone would like to have a discussion, just feel free to pull the item. And I myself will be recusing myself from item 4.7, recommendation 1, South Wisman Park Pyramid Park Construction, project 21-45, because my real property interest is located in close proximity to the project site. All right, would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Hicks.
I don't believe I'm pulling an item, but our city attorney can clarify if that's what I should be doing. I just want to make a comment on 4.11. And I also want 4.4, the notice of intention to vacate public street and easements at Gamma Way. A number of members of the public and I myself wanted further hearing. We will be having one, but is that more of an item 8? I'm asking the city attorney, or not the public hearing that we're going to have, but this discussion of whether to have a study session. Is that more of an item 8 or a pulling the 4.4?
To answer your first question, you can make comments on the consent calendar, and depending on what it is you're interested in bringing to your fellow council members for a future discussion, if it is substantive in nature, such as holding a study session on a particular topic, that would be appropriate for an item 8 discussion.
Okay, so I will not pull or comment on 4.4. I'll leave that to item 8. And then Mayor, would you like me to just make my comment on 4.11 right now? Okay, so I just wanted to call attention because I think many members of the public may be interested in the council's potential, if we end up voting for it here, support for seamless transit principles. I think members of the public who are interested in improving public transit may want to take a second look at that particular item, but it's intended to make our fractured Bay Area public transit system work better together. And I think it's an important thing that we're doing and that the public may want to take note of that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely want to align myself with the previous council members' comments on the seamless transit item. And I'd like to indicate that I'll be abstaining on the minutes from 2020 that are listed on our agenda.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment somewhat in response to Councilmember Hicks' comments about item 4.11. The MTC has actually been engaged in a Blue Ribbon Task Force and are discussing a lot of these principles. They recently came out with a set of recommendations, and they'll be continuing the work and implementation. And so a lot of these principles have been included in the task force recommendations. So I would just encourage anyone interested to look at the MTC site and the Blue Ribbon Task Force's work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from council members? Okay, seeing none, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we will display a 2-minute timer on the screen, please. All right, Sonia Menzies. Hey, Sonia, are you there?
There we go. Hello there.
Hola.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm requesting the removal from consent of item 4.5, which I understand was on the agenda for tonight, which is the notification of upcoming work, Colony Street connection to Permanente Creek Project 18-48.
Great, thank you. Did you have comments that you wanted to include as well as asking us to pull the item?
Yes, I have sent multiple messages and emails regarding this, including the fact that our notification of this meeting was sent to us and arrived in our mailboxes on the 18th with messaging requiring us to participate potentially on the 19th and tonight, We have not had a chance to really pull together the major concerns we have. This targets our 2 older homes at the end of the street in a quiet cul-de-sac with an absolutely unnecessary entry point onto the Permanente Creek that completely interferes with the well-being of the 2 homes that we have here, including my elderly parent and various others in our 2 homes. There is no benefit to this entry point at all, apart from the fact that it targets our households as opposed to the more affluent households a couple of blocks over who will actually be the users of that entry point.
Great, thank you. All right, Bruce England.
Thank you. Got to jump back to my notes here. You have a lot on your consent calendar tonight. So I'm a member of Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Green Spaces MV, but I'm going to speak for myself because there's just 4 items I want to talk about here. But this will reflect some of our positions on things. So on 4.3, the designated voting delegate for the League of California Cities annual conference. I brought this up before during the budget discussion, but having hybrid meetings or the ability for participants to not have to travel somewhere is really important to address climate change. And I hope the city manager will be in touch with the organizers saying that that's what some people will want, hopefully people in Mountain View as well, including the council members. On the Gamel Way 4.4, yes, I agree that having a study session to give public time to comment on it before the public hearing later on. On the Colony connection to the Permanente Creek Trail, absolutely favor that. That's an important connection point. The city's moving to active transportation, and this is part of that picture. However, being sensitive to the people who live on that street and designing it such that it doesn't unnecessarily interfere with them would be important. And then lastly, support for 411. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Edie Keating.
Hello. I am confident that the City Council supports having a well-informed public. And right now, I and many others feel in the dark about the affordable housing aspect of Gamel Way. I am heartened by Councilmember Hicks' comments, looking for a study session that will benefit the community. And I'd like to point out that if for any reason the city can't fit in a study session before September 28, and I hope well before September 28, then I would look to at your next meeting and that you would consider amending the resolution you're going to be passing tonight around the timing of the sale of the property to extend that, because it's too important an issue to not have a well-informed public in advance of taking action. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse M.
Hi there, thank you.
Go ahead. Oh. Hi, Jesse. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. There you are.
Thanks. I'm here today because I strongly oppose Project 4.5, Colony Street Connection to Permanente Creek Trail. My property lies parallel with the creek, and I have firsthand experience with some of the negative impacts the existing trail has had on our privacy. Before I get into that though, I'd like to express my frustration with the city in the manner project information has been shared with us. You know, this is less than a week's notice for a project that has been going for over a year now, and it's completely unacceptable. Like, the letter was received in our mailbox Friday for a meeting that's being held today. Moving on to my concerns, there have already been 2 instances of a homeless person camping under the existing pedestrian overpass for weeks at a time. And during the summer, as we all know, everybody that lives here, Shoreline, hosts a number of concerts. A lot of this foot traffic that comes back late at night has no consideration for homeowners that live here. A lot of times they leave their trash, toss the trash over the overpass, which flows into the creek, which flows into the bay, right? the week leading up to 4th of July, we had a group of people tossing firecrackers into the creek. So I think adding a trail that's only closer to the bed of the creek will only continue to encourage this type of behavior. So my question is, like, where is the consideration for homeowners here? You know, we haven't been asked any of these questions since the project has started. All we've heard is this is what's planning to be built. There is already a dedicated pedestrian entrance to the same trail, only 1 block away from where the proposed entry point is going to be built, right? I don't see a real purpose to another entry point here that is going to remove street parking. It's going to block us from using our existing driveway. My parents are both seniors. I don't feel comfortable. This is totally an inconvenience to be not able to use our driveways during the duration of this project. It really seems like a waste, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Seamless Bay Area.
Good evening, council members. This is Adina Levin speaking for Seamless Bay Area, wanting to thank you for joining about 15 other cities and public agencies, including the Santa Clara County Association of Cities and a total of 50 other organizations around the Bay Area supporting a seamlessly integrated, convenient, affordable, high ridership public transportation system. Supporting these principles, including putting riders first, having fares that are simple and affordable, planning the system as a network. This does not commit the City Council to taking any follow-up actions, but it does provide attention and highlighting on upcoming actions that are flowing through that as follow-on to the MTC Transit Recovery Task Force that Councilmember Abi Koga highlighted, that the city may be interested in weighing in on. One item that is going to be coming forward in the next couple of months is the outcome and recommendations of a regional fare study. The detailed recommendations are going to be out on that in September, and they potentially include go anywhere transit passes. One example of an issue that affected Mountain View is with housing developments looking to provide transit passes to residents in order to support less driving, less traffic, more sustainable mobility, and having to decide, do we want to give the residents of this new housing development VTA passes or Caltrain passes? And there may be the opportunity coming forward to give residents transit passes, which is more convenient, provides more more mobility to people. So thank you very much for supporting this general direction.
Thank you. Janet, sorry.
Muy buenas tardes. Primero quiero agradecer a la señora alcaldesa y a la junta directiva de la ciudad de Mountain View por permitirme expresar las inquietudes de la comunidad a través de mi persona. Soy Anne Quintana, vivo en Mountain View.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Janet, this is Janet, esto es para el consent calendar, no es para
me dijo Janet, perdón.
Hay que esperar un ratito. Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize, please.
No, todo bien.
She wanted to talk about something that is not on the agenda.
Okay, so item 5.
Yes.
Okay. Es la próxima.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Muchísimas gracias.
Then, all right, Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma of the San Antonio neighborhood. I, like other speakers, are concerned about the Gamma Way developments. There's both an article on The Voice and the Merck about the proposal to raise rent control departments. And I believe that if anything, the city needs to maintain leverage in order to make sure that we follow suit on an rent displacement policy. I understand that state law does not necessarily apply to this due to a timing issue, but that doesn't mean that we as a city cannot do anything to actually ensure that the most underserved members of our community are better propped by the rest of us. And I do wish to see perhaps a study session to ensure that whatever does come out is well understood by all sides, and a study session is used for that. Other than that, I'm in support of 411. I believe that transit in the area does need to be integrated so that once people get back to work, they're not going to be congested on the 101 or 280. And that will require integration, and that might require a bunch of stepping on toes, but that is necessary. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other hand. Oh, okay, I'm seeing some last minute hands. All right, Chamber of Commerce. So these are items that are on consent. Hi, Chamber of Commerce.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor. This is Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. Regarding item 4.11, on behalf of our members, we join in the support of an integrated transportation system. The Chamber has consistently supported improving mass transit as our workforce becomes more disparate, while traffic and parking remain consistent challenges to the region's economic health and social health. The proposal put forth is an intelligent and needed path. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Alex Brown.
Hey, might as well take a second to say I support the other speakers who want more information and more open discussion about Gamma Way and also better seamless transit throughout the community. Thanks.
Great, thank you. All right, so I think now that concludes public comment. Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Would any council member like to make a motion or pull an item? I think we got a couple comments. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
I was going to go ahead and make a motion if that's ready, if we're ready to. So I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar, including 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View modifying City Council Policy D10, City Manager approval of overhire positions. And item 4.4, adopt a resolution of intention of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to vacate public street and easements at Gamma Way. 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View fixing the employer contribution at an equal amount for employees and annuitants under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to a recognized employee organization, Group 001 Safety Fire. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View fixing the employer contribution at an equal amount for employees and annuitants under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to a recognized employee organization, Group 002 Safety Police. 4.9 is adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving adoption of plan documents for the City of Mountain View's deferred compensation plans under IRS Code sections 457H and 457B, and 401A, and Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, and the Retirement Health Savings Account Plan, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and other documents necessary to implement each plan and amendments to implement council-approved changes to employee compensation and benefits and to approve future revisions to the plan documents to comply with IRS regulations and other applicable law. And 4.11, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View in support of seamless transit principles. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion from Councilmember Abe-Koga. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I would second that. And then I just wanted to clarify the procedure because I haven't done this a lot. So we're considering, because 4.5 has been pulled, we consider that separately. Is that true?
No, a member of the council would need, or go ahead, City Attorney Chopra.
No, you answered it correctly that no member of the council has pulled item 4.5.
I see. So I would ask questions given but maybe it's too late for that. I don't know. Has the time passed?
So there's been a motion, but if you would like to pull an item, you can still, I believe, do so. Correct, City Attorney Chopra?
Yes, that's correct.
So you would just need to, if you would like to.
I didn't hear it mentioned in the list, but maybe it didn't have to be. Yeah, I would just like to ask a couple questions about it. So I would second it with that, if that's okay with Councilmember Abe-Coca.
So I believe I have to amend my motion to remove 4.5 from the consent calendar. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. So, and I do believe too, so we have a motion by Councilmember Abe-Coca, which has been amended and seconded by Councilmember Hicks to remove 4.5. Then we also have Councilmember Lieber recusing from item 4.1. And then we also have myself recusing myself from item 4.7. Okay, is that clear? All right. Councilmember Lieber, did you have?
Yes, I had a question for the city manager. In terms of the public comments on item 4.4, is there, I understand why we need to go through the formal step today of noticing the intention, and in the attached resolution, it references the council meeting where that will actually be taken up on September 28th. But is it possible to have a study session prior to that on September 14th to introduce the topic more in terms of the public interest in it?
So I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Dawn Cameron, and our Community Development Director, Arti Shrivastava, to fill in any gaps that I may have. I think it would be very difficult to have a study session on this because we are bringing this back on the 28th. This is more of an administrative item, and this has been discussed previously, but certainly if council has direction, we could explore that. But I would ask that our Public Works Director or Community Development Director explain further what has led us up to this point.
I will, good evening, Arti Shrivastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. I'll let Dolly explain the vacation part, but I did want to say we do like to notice the public when we have study session items, especially those that are of interest. And the September 14th deadline will likely not give us enough time to send a notice. I'm going to have to check and see which meeting deadline we can meet in order to have a study session if the council is so interested.
Okay.
And we could discuss this in item 8, I would imagine.
And the resolution does say September 28th or as soon thereafter as the matter can be heard. So I will defer to bringing that up under item 8 then.
Good evening, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. The resolution is following the Streets and Highways Code that requires that you adopt the notice of intent and a resolution to hold a public meeting. And I believe you must specify the date of the public meeting. And as I recall, you can choose to set a different date for the public hearing, but that date must be at least 15 days beyond today or the point at which you set it. So if you approve the action right now, you are setting the public hearing date for September 28th, and we would advertise it as such. And I guess after item 8 is discussed, and this is where I could use some assistance here from City Attorney's Office, we could come back on September 14th for you to cancel that public hearing date of September 28th and reset it. Again, this is just strictly related to the street vacation.
And maybe this is for the city attorney then, since clause 2 of the resolution says September 28th at the hour of 6:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter can be heard. It seems like you could meet the at least 15 days requirement by, for example, setting it for October 12th and having the study session on September 28th.
Councilmember Lieber, in reviewing this carefully, that language, or as soon thereafter as the matter can be heard, I believe that's customarily referring to the hour of consideration. For example, if the item doesn't open until 6:45 or 7 o'clock, I believe that's what the or as soon thereafter phrase is referring to, not a allowance for a future hard date, if you will. So I think that would be difficult to rely on this clause 2 as to allow a future date. So I believe we'd have to get clarity on the date and the noticing in order to change it from the 28th. So,
if I may go ahead and make a suggestion, and I'm hearing from staff as well. If you approve the date of September 8th, you can do that. And we won't be advertising starting tomorrow. And based upon your next steps and discussions on the study session, we can come back and reestablish that date at your next council meeting as a consent item once we have, once you have a clearer path forward at what you would like to do. But if you don't set September 28th tonight, then we know it's not happening September 28th.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councilmember Abe-Coca, seconded by Councilmember Hicks, recusals from item 4.1 from Councilmember Lieber, recusal from 4.7 from myself. So shall we take a roll call vote? City Clerk Glazer.
Councilmember Abe-Coca?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matacek?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. So we'll move back to item 4.5, which was the pulled item related to Colony Street. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I'm actually very supportive of a connection to the Permanente Creek, but I also want I also want to make sure that the connection is respectful to homes in the area. And I had a little trouble when I was looking at the staff report. There were no plans attached to it, so I had to kind of research them at the last minute, and I ended up with some questions. One thing is that it appears that the connection is made through, this is my reading of the plan, through a path that goes, there's a cul-de-sac with homes on one side and industrial use on the other side. And it appears that at the end of the cul-de-sac, there's a path that goes straight forward and then a ramp that goes up parallel, probably fairly steep, parallel to the Permanente Creek Trail. Am I reading that plan correctly, or does the ramp start right off of the cul-de-sac?
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. You generally you are reading it correctly, but to put this in context, if you look at where we can get a connection to the creek and the trail in the stretch between Old Middlefield and the freeway, this is the only place we can get that connection. What I'd like to ask is, we do have Principal Civil Engineer in charge of capital projects, Robert Gonzalez, here. And Robert, would you please screen share the plan view so the council members can see a little bit better feel for what this looks like?
Yes.
And as you bring that up, I just want to mention to council that there really are not much in the way of design options. This is a very basic project of providing this connection from the end of the cul-de-sac without requiring any additional right-of-way. And even though on one of the properties we will have to somewhat reconstruct their driveway, they will still have their full driveway, full access when we're done. We are not impacting any of the other properties in terms of basically for building this project, although we are reconstructing quite a bit of sidewalk in the area. But as you see here, what would happen is we come up off the end of the cul-de-sac and immediately go into a bridge over the creek to get to the other side of the creek. And then we will need to do a bit of a switchback to head down towards Middlefield Way and then come back to continue north. And if you could show the next slide. And maybe that starts to give you a better feel for that. And then maybe the next one. And you can see the close-up of how this has been set up and organized to provide this neighborhood connection to the trail. So I'm sorry, did you have additional questions, more we can answer?
Well, just to address the neighbors' concerns, how long will this project take altogether? And then the second question they had, do you have a practice of spraying it down afterwards when it's complete? I know when there's been construction in my area, that's been an ongoing concern, and I just wanted to make sure that the concerns about dust and debris and all those, that they were aired, no pun intended.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Principal Engineer Gonzalez to go ahead and talk to items such as construction duration and, as you're saying, mitigating impacts.
Yes, thank you. I checked the draft construction contract, and the duration of this contract is stipulated as 140 working days, which is about 7 months. So we expect all of the project elements to be done in that time. That includes the paving, the sidewalk work, installation of the bridge, and the work on the other side of the creek along the pathway. So that doesn't mean this area will be impacted for 7 months. That's the entire duration of the project. And to answer your second question, Councilmember Hicks, this is very much along the template of a paving project in this area here. So that is a standard contract provision for us to wet down the area at the end of the day to manage dust. And it's also a standard provision to make sure that we have the contractors responsible for keeping access to driveways open for residents, certainly after working hours, but even during working hours, they will move equipment and make sure residents have access.
Okay, and then my last question is there a reason it wasn't the path there was not placed a little more to what would be our left, a little more towards the industrial use and away? Were there obstacles there, a little further away from the houses and a little closer to the industrial uses?
Robert, do you know any more about these design details and placement?
I don't know anything about the design details. I would imagine that there is limitations on the right-of-way alignments, but I would have to go back and look at those details.
But as mentioned, there are many factors that are considered, including, staying in the right-of-way, where we provide the bridge crossing and how that works in there. In general, yeah, I mean, this was determined through the design process to be the best location for the connection.
Okay, well, those were all of my questions. I was particularly interested in the duration and making sure that there wouldn't be, the debris and air would be handled properly. So I will move to accept 4.5, the Colony Street connection to Permanente Creek Trail, and improve the plans and specs and authorize the bidding.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Hicks, Councilmember Showalter.
Second.
Great, and we have a second. So since we were taking this item separately, I'm going to see if there's any public comment on the item. So I'll move to public comment. All right, I think Janet wants to talk for for item 5. So let's see, Sonia Menzies.
Yes, that's correct. I'm talking to item 4.5. This is
Sonia, sorry, so sorry. Can we pull up the 2-minute time? There we go. There's the timer. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. I'm absolutely disgusted in the process that I'm listening to this evening. It answered none of the appropriate questions. It's absolutely unacceptable. And I might add that the property across the street from us, which is the industrial property, has recently been sold. We were just notified, and there's absolutely access, including the fact that in the properties across the way, who will actually be the ones who will be using that path instead of impacting our small and older houses that are clearly targeted as the non-affluent part of this little intersection. That area over there has absolutely got access points, in fact, a lower access point than it has at the end of our road. I'm absolutely appalled, and I would like to formally request all public record releases on all interactions since 2015 onward around anything to do with Colony Street, with these connections, and I believe I've placed that on a formal email to you all. This is absolutely appalling. We have aging people in our 2 little houses. Now you're willing to disrupt this small and quiet cul-de-sac in order not to put this in an appropriate zone that would actually be used by those who are going to be bicycling and walking, when there's perfectly good access for those who want the exercise to do the 2 minutes extra of walking or riding their bicycles to go in at Old Middlefield Road. Absolutely disgusting.
Okay, thank you. Jesse M.
Yes, hi. I'd like to share the same frustration. I was recently informed by the owner across the street, who I've known for 20+ years since I've lived here, that they recently sold the property. And I mean, to be honest, we all know why this is being built. It's for the redevelopment that's going to go up across the street. Those are the real people who are going to use this trail. Nothing against people using the trail. In fact, I've used it myself to bike over the shoreline. My concern here is the placement of the entry point without any consideration for the homeowners that are really going to be taking a lot of the brunt of rowdy pedestrians who come here at night from concerts. What's going to happen to the street parking that's already limited because of all the housing that's already gone up on this block? You're removing more street parking from the street. What is the expectation of vehicles coming and going as they approach this entry point? None of this has been discussed to us since the project has been going on. And I'm pretty sure that the housing development that's going to go up across the street, now that that property has been sold, can intake this entry point in one of the driveways there. There's no need for it to be right outside of our homes. So I'm very disappointed that this is being considered as the most appropriate place just because it's on Colony Street. And secondly, it's such a waste of, I think, of resources, because there already is, as we mentioned, a designated entry point only 1 block away, not like a mile or 2 miles away. It's only 1 block away. Another block after that, there's another entry point off this for this same trail up Rock Street. So this is just something that's totally unnecessary. But I think the bottom line is that it's just to attract new home buyers for the redevelopment that's going to happen across the street. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mary Lou Cuesta Flores.
Thank you. I think so. I will like to speak in item number 5. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. We have a 650 number with the last 3 digits 380. So we're still on the consent calendar. $650. There we go. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, this is Greg Eudanks. I just want to say a few words on why we're doing this project on Colony Street. There's a growing housing community that's been developing over the last 10 years or so in this area, and it's a good number of townhouses are growing in this area. And this provides direct access to the trail, which provides direct access to North Bay Shore and Shoreline Park, as well as to Crittenden Middle School to the south, where kids can ride their bikes and walk directly to that school without having to cross the street. So it's an important connection in that sense, in that it gets people to either walk to work up in North Bay Shore, walk or ride their bikes, and to have kids, middle schoolers, to walk and bike back and forth to school. And that's why this is an important connection for gaining access to to Permanente Creek Trail. I just wanted to say that there is a reason for it being there, and there is a reason for building this connection. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Greg. All right, so I think that concludes public comment on this item. And the other hands raised are for item 5. And for those who raise their hand again, you can only comment once on an item. All right, so let's bring this back to council. We have a motion by Councilmember Hicks, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. So City Clerk Glazer. Oh, Councilmember Showalter, is your hands up? No, okay. City Clerk, we can take a roll call.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Beaver?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. So this concludes our consent calendar. So we'll move on to item 5, which are oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 3-minute timer. And these are for items not on the agenda. Mary Lou Cuesta Flores.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marilu Cuesta. Soy residente de Mountain View y he vivido aquí por más de 20 años. Para mí es un honor representar a Community Action Team CAD. Cada miembro de CAD es sensible a los problemas que están atravesando las familias que viven en el vecindario de las calles Layton, Reinstor y Ortega. Y es por ello que unidos en una sola voz queremos expresarles lo siguiente. Recientemente han habido accidentes automovilísticos que se han producido debido al exceso de velocidad de los carros y a la presencia de un punto ciego que se produce a mitad de la cuadra de la calle Latham. Estimados miembros del concilio, los exhortamos a que por favor, en un tiempo razonable, contemplen la posibilidad de colocar señalamientos y topes que reduzcan la velocidad de los carros en esta calle Latham. Finalmente, les quiero hacer saber que el día de mañana, 08-25-21, CAD les presentará las firmas que se han recaudado como apoyo a esta petición. Apreciamos su liderazgo para brindarles seguridad y tranquilidad a los residentes de esta parte del vecindario de nuestra ciudad. Todos queremos un Mountain View más seguro. Gracias.
Gracias. So we'll have a translation.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Marilu Cuesta Flores, and I have lived in Mountain View for more than 20 years. It is an honor for me to represent Community Action Team CAD. Every member of CAD is sensitive to the problems that the families living in the Latham Street between Redstone and Ortega neighborhood are experiencing, and that is why, united in one voice, we want to express to you the following. Recently, there have been car accidents that have occurred due to speeding cars and also to the presence of a blind spot that is towards the mid-block of Latham. Dear council members, we urge you to please consider within a reasonable time the possibility of placing signs and speed bumps to reduce the speed of cars on Latham Street. Finally, I would like to let you know that tomorrow, August 25, 2021, CAD will present to you the signatures that have been collected in support of this petition. We appreciate your leadership in bringing safety and peace of mind to the residents of this part of our city's neighborhood. We all want a safer Mountain View. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Sonia Menzies.
I've already spoken on the issues that I'm concerned about, which is the destruction of our space at the end of Colony Street.
Okay, so we're taking public comments, so I'm going to lower your hand here. Thank you. Okay, so Silicon Valley DSA.
Hi, Tim McKenzie. Actually, I logged in on the wrong Zoom. Sorry.
Okay.
Great to see you. Thank you for helping with going through consent calendar with the procedural wrangling, kind of keeping track of where everything was. That was very helpful. Appreciate council and staff. I appreciate some council members pointing out specific items on consent calendar to look through. I was really disappointed to see in the Mountain View Voice yesterday that we're telling the city attorney to fight in court to spend $1 million to put thousands of signs up on our city street to kick out our neighbors, instead of perhaps having our city attorney look into ways to extend the eviction moratorium. Because 1 year ago on August 15th, there were about 229 cases of COVID, 7-day rolling average, on a downward trajectory. Now there are 815 this year. There are 342 cases on an upward trajectory. It's great that we have such high vaccination in the area. Really appreciate the work that you've done to help along with that. But the public health crisis is still ongoing, to say nothing about the long-term economic crisis. I think we should be looking to find ways to help make sure all of our neighbors can remain housed, rather than spending money to try to put up thousands of signs to kick out some of our neighbors who are in unstable housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephen Goldstein. Sorry, Stephen.
Thank you for your time. I'm just talking at this point to put on the public record a serious situation that took place regarding a petition hearing with the RHC. The hearing officer was being given eyewitness testimony by a employee of the city by the name of John Carr. John Carr went on the record to say that at one point in time, I was doing some kind of interference with the landlord and or repair and maintenance of the building that I live in. And then upon cross-examination, when I asked him exactly what events did I actually cause any problem, he turned around and said, well, actually, I did not eyewitness anything. I'm only listening to the word from the landlord itself. And so that was hearsay testimony that was done in a legal proceeding. And not only that, but it was that hearsay basically led to a testimony that was actually, in effect, perjury in the legal proceeding. And finally, the hearing officer actually turned around and said that, in fact, that kind of discussion was actually defamatory to me. And so at this point in time, I'm actually in the process of looking into getting an attorney to represent me regarding what had occurred there. Because at this point in time, it just appeared that whenever I asked any question, for example, of showing any proof of inspections and what methods were used, it turned out there were no methods used. The testimony actually turned around and the inspector said, oh, I poked around with a screwdriver. And I'm like going, that's not a means of inspecting the structural integrity of a building. And in fact, I demonstrated that there were many techniques that were available and are widely used, and they're not used in this city. And that makes me, of course, remember what happened with the balcony that collapsed in 2018. And now I'm also thinking about the consequences of this situation regarding, again, thinking about the recent situation with Florida. And so I'm thinking at this point in time, it really seems to be very important that someone gets to the bottom of this, because this city employee went on public record to make claims about me. And then at the same time, upon just normal cross-examination, ended up having to turn around and say, no, I didn't eyewitness anything. I have no idea what was going on. And he was testifying as an eyewitness. So in any case, I do expect that someone in the city council will start doing some kind of work on this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christelle Elkins.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Crystal Elkins. I go by the pronouns she/her, and I'm a senior at St. Francis High School, and I live in Mountain View. Today, I wanted to take some time to talk about the City of Mountain View's role in action against catcalling, which I already talked to some City Council members with, but I also wanted to address others here in the public. Over the past year in my neighborhood in downtown Mountain View, on the road, and at surrounding shopping centers in the area, I've been catcalled by men. At first, it was confusing to me. Then I tried to convince myself to brush it off, but it happened so often that it really began to affect me. I feel uncomfortable just going outside my house and walking to the car because one time 2 men drove up to my corner and started shouting at me. There was no one else home, and I thought they were going to get out of the car and come towards me. I felt really alone and scared that I might get assaulted. Catcalling is a form of sexual harassment, and I know some corporations have specific company rules against it. Similarly, I would like to work with the City of Mountain View and local stores to find ways to prevent catcalling and have immediate consequences for doing so. Because of recent law changes in France, I've looked into options such as city ordinances. In France, there are instant repercussions for catcalling, which is known as street harassment, such as fines, and these laws are making a big difference. Going through court systems without any action against the person who catcalled is no longer an issue. And despite popular opinion, distinguishing catcalling from simply complimenting someone is clear and possible. One of the reasons it's so distinguishable is because of the effect on the victim. After it happened to me, I immediately felt objectified, which is a common word nowadays because more people are speaking up about being objectified. Basically, it means that I felt like I belonged to someone else, that they could say or do whatever they wanted to me because being objectified takes your voice and your power away. I want the city to know that if a city ordinance is not possible, I will continue to take steps forward to pursue consequences for catcalling because I will not accept that this is part of what happens to girls and women as we grow up. I don't want anyone else going through it, and so that's why I decided to address it today, and we'll keep addressing it in different ways moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 items really quick. One is from Green Spaces Mountain View. This is more of an informational thing than anything. We're starting on a project with the Presidio Graduate School Experiential Learning Program on lighting ordinances and practices and procedures and so on, looking at our own city here, Mountain View, but also neighboring cities that might or might not have embarked on this themselves, like Cupertino and San Jose. We've already met with some staff in Public Works. Dawn knows about that. But we'd also like to talk with people in parks and community development. So that is all forthcoming. I hope that everybody will understand that it will be valuable to have that input from the city. Secondly, I'd like to request that City Council consider expediting the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. You talked about this during your planning process earlier in the year. And because of all the work that's happening south of there on Castro, the transit center and so on, it would really help to define what is going to happen along that entire stretch. And even if you expedite it, we recognize that it's going to take some time to get that really up and running. So if you could consider that, that would be great. And lastly, the item brought up by the community about traffic management and calming on Latham. MBCSP would support that because we recognize that that stretch of Latham is an important east-west corridor for bicyclists and pedestrians. And because the city is moving forward on an active transportation plan, it would be very timely to look at Latham and see what can be done there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anyone else wishing to give public comment at this time? All right, I'm not seeing.
Mayor?
Yes, should we ask Janet?
Yes, it looks like she would like to speak.
Okay, can you let her know to raise her hand for us, please?
Janet, ¿puedes levantar la mano o hablar?
I'll try to see if I can. There we go.
¿Ya puedo hablar?
Sí, está bien. Sigue.
Okay. Disculpen la interrupción. Muy buenas noches. Agradezco a la señora alcaldesa y a la junta directiva de la ciudad de Mountain View por permitirme expresar las inquietudes de la comunidad a través de mi persona. Soy Janet Quintana y vivo en Mountain View por 19 años. Como miembro del equipo de acción comunitaria de Mountain View, con sus siglas CAP, y residente del vecindario situado en la calle Lecton entre Ortega y Renstor, estamos muy preocupados por los accidentes automovilísticos que han estado ocurriendo aquí últimamente. Hay mucho tráfico en esta calle y ha habido varios accidentes, no solo uno. El último fue en el mes de mayo. Esto se debe a un punto ciego que se produce cuando la calle se curva a mitad de la cuadra. Los residentes de esta calle se sienten muy preocupados y no se sienten cómodos estacionando sus carros o caminando por los coches que pasan porque podrían ser atropellados. Debido a estos acontecimientos ocurridos en estos tiempos y que han ocasionado mucho miedo y tensión en nuestra comunidad, que casi nadie transita por las noches o caminan afuera. Pedimos ayuda al ayuntamiento para conseguir señales y topes que reduzcan la velocidad de los carros que pasan. Esperamos que nuestras inquietudes y preocupaciones sean escuchadas y que nuestras firmas que hemos recolectado los miembros de estas calles, así como las de nuestros vecinos, ayuden para resolver este asunto, las cuales enviaremos todas las firmas a la señora alcaldesa y a la junta directiva. Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Gracias.
Good evening. I'm sorry for the previous interruption. I would like to thank the mayor and the rest of the city council for allowing me to express the concerns of the community. As members of the community action team and residents of Latham Street between Ortega and Renstor, we are very concerned about the car accidents that have been occurring here lately. There is a lot of traffic on this street and several accidents have occurred, not just one. The last one was during May. That was due to a blind spot that occurs when the street curves in the middle of the block. Residents on that street are very concerned and do not feel comfortable parking their cars or walking because passing cars can run them over. Due to the car races and other events that have been causing a lot of fear and tension in our community, we are asking for help from the City Council to get signs and speed bumps to reduce the speed of passing cars. We hope that our concerns and worries will be heard and that our signatures, as well as those of our neighbors, will help to resolve this issue. We will be delivering the signatures to City Council soon. Thank you.
Great, great, thank you. So this concludes oral communications. So we'll move on to, we'll close the item and move on to item 6, which is our public hearing. Item 6.1 is our application to State Community Development Block Grant Home Key Program for the Life Moves Mountain View Project. Assistant Community Development Director Wayne Chen will present the staff report. Joanne Price, Vice President, Real Estate and Operations, Life Moves, is also available for questions. Sue Block and Libby Seifel, the city's legal and economic consultants, are also available for questions. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chen.
Great, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Let me just take a moment to pull up my screen share. And just to note that Sue Block and Libby Seifel will actually be joining us for the Lot 12 item, but Joanne Price will be here for this item. Thank you very much. Okay, so hopefully you can all see the screen. Yes, this item is in discussion about the application to the state CDBG Home Key Program for the Life Moves Mountain View project. This is a required public hearing as part of the application to this funding source. Just a brief background, in 2020, as I believe you know, the state released Project Home Key funding and awarded the joint application between the city and Life Moves to develop 100 units of interim housing at 2566 Leghorn using modular design. Staff and the Life Moves team worked really hard on this and was able to get it completed in May. Around that time, in April of this year, state released a separate bucket of funds through the CDBG Home Key program. And this is available for projects that applied to the 2020 Project Home Key funding. So only those projects that applied last year are able to apply for this CDBG Home Key funding opportunity. A brief summary, this state program was established through the Federal CARES Act in response to the coronavirus. As I mentioned, the only applicants are ones that already applied to Project Home Key. There are two tranches for applicants who applied to Project Home Key but did not get awarded. They have a higher allowable limit per unit. For awardees, though, it's a lower limit, but still a really great opportunity, $50,000 per unit in CDBG funding. Eligible uses can include on-site and off-site improvements to support the Home Key project. And unlike Project Home Key last year, for us, it would just be a sole applicant situation where the city would apply by itself per the requirements. The public hearing, again, is required, and we will discuss that in just a moment in a little bit more detail. The deadline is next week on August the 31st, and if awarded, the funds would need to be spent at the end of next year in 2022. So a little bit more time than the Project Home Key program. After the project at Leghorn was completed, Life Moves connected with city staff to discuss two activities to support that project. One is installing a solar power system on site at 2566 Leghorn. And another project would be to acquire a site down the street at 1950 Leghorn to provide additional nearby parking to support the Home Key project. It is estimated that the two activities would have a total cost of $5 million, about $1 million for the solar power system, and about $4 million for the site acquisition for the parking. This lines up with the maximum allowable request for Home Key, which is $50,000 a unit times 100 units. That's $5 million. So this is a great opportunity to apply for these funds, and if not applied for, there would be a lost opportunity to access these funds. We have met internally with staff to analyze the activities and initial analysis. We have also met with the state, who confirmed that these two proposed activities would meet the program eligibility requirements. So we think this is a good opportunity to try to access these funds. Just a note on the site acquisition for parking, the reason why 1950 Leghorn is being considered by Life Moves to support the Home Key project is that the actual project has a lower on-site parking than would have normally been required by the zoning code because of the Home Key requirements to not have to meet the parking requirements. But as a result, Life Moves did want to make sure that the project is really well implemented and they're good neighbors. And so they've implemented a parking plan for additional parking in Lot B at Shoreline, which is 1.6 miles away. To that end, Life Moves also has funded the purchase and operation for a shuttle to bring folks to and from Lot B. 1950 Leghorn is a half-mile away from the main site. They will be implementing an operations plan to make sure that it is well run. And they're able to deploy the shuttle to actually bring folks to and from the 1950 site as well. This will be a really great help to help reduce barriers to access the housing units. The next steps, if Council approves the resolution, is to submit the application by August the 31st. If awarded, then the city would be the actual recipients of the funds. We would work with Life Moves to get the funds to them, who would undertake the two activities. They would need to meet the state and CDBG program requirements. It would include submitting to the city a development review permit and a building permit application for the city approval. And again, they would need to complete the activities by the end of 2022. The city would also be responsible for monitoring the activities and Life Moves to ensure program and CDBG compliance. So with that, I am going to the recommendations slide. My computer is a little slow right now. Here we go. Conduct a public hearing, which is what this item is, to allow consideration for the $5 million grant for the two activities. And as the second slide is pulling up on the recommendation, it is to have Council authorize and adopt a resolution to allow the submittal of the application. And then finally is to authorize the city manager or designee the ability to execute the agreements with Life Moves if awarded. So I apologize, the computer's a little slow and it is not moving to the second slide. There it is. So with that concludes staff's presentation, and I would like to turn it over to Joanne Price.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jo Price. I'm VP of Real Estate and Operations for Life Moves. Firstly, I want to thank staff for all their hard work and drive in assembling such a large volume of information to bring this to Council this evening in time for the application. We were aware it was a really tight time crunch and appreciate the extra mile that staff went through, especially Wayne, who I know has stayed up on multiple occasions past midnight to make this possible. So a sincere thank you, we really appreciate it. Secondly, I want to thank the City Council for considering this item and hopefully providing approval to apply for this potential grant funding up to $5 million that will facilitate ongoing operations, even lowering annual operating costs. Right, we were blown away by Council's courageous and bold leadership on Home Key Mountain View and your continued support. And the project has really become a successful case study on rapidly deployed housing, and that we are now working on replicating in neighboring cities. And that's a testament to your visionary leadership, for which we are sincerely grateful. So now we're close to fully occupied. We're at 95% capacity, all of whom have affiliations to Mountain View, and at least 60 to 65% of persons coming out and living in their vehicles. And today we've been pretty creative in how we've utilized the 19 on-site parking spaces, and we share those between staff and clients, and that has worked out well. And remembering the goal of the project was to house people and not park cars. And under Home Key 1, as Wayne pointed out, we purchased a passenger van, and we factored in the cost of running that shuttle with on-site staff into our annual operations cost. Now, the shuttle's primary purpose was to ferry clients between the shoreline parking lot. But now, if we're successfully by 1950 Leghorn for additional parking, we've made stops at that location too. And when necessary, these shuttles are also used to ferry clients to like doctors and dental appointments, as well as pick up large donations and food pickups. So having an alternate parking location that's within walking distance of this site, it's less than half a mile, like a block and a half. It's 3 times closer than the shoreline parking lot. It's going to give our clients a lot more freedom to come and go versus relying on the shuttle times. Now, the second project, that's the solar installation, that's going to help us avoid relying so heavily on PG&E and the grid. And that's where we realize some savings in our operational costs. And I think we know that the PG&E rates are not coming down. So we're trying to future-proof some of those ongoing operations costs. I'm going to close now with a little story about the Home Key Mountain View site, because last week I fielded a call from one of our HCD leads who we worked closely with on our initial application. And she learned through her grandmother, who's all the way over on the East Coast, that we had housed the child of a close family friend who'd been experiencing homelessness on and off for the past 20 years. So talk about bringing a project full circle. We're really humbled and honored to bring peace to that family. And so with that, I'm going to stop and answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Joe. Really appreciate it. So does any member of the council have any questions? Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for your presentation. I'm really excited about actually the solar piece to this. And I could probably talk with you offline about this, but wondering if you might be open to exploring solar plus storage. It's something that we're doing with Silicon Valley Clean Energy. So if you would be interested, I would love to connect you with folks to see if that's something you could add on to make it even more green.
Absolutely. Definitely. Let's talk offline.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Hi, Joe. Thanks for your presentation and all your great work. I was so glad to hear that you're up to 90% capacity. Is that what you said? And also, could you tell us a little bit more about where people are coming from? You said 60 to 65% of people are leaving out of vehicles. Does that mean, do you mean vehicles like regular cars, or do you mean vehicles like RVs, or do you know how that breaks down?
I do actually have those numbers. So we're at 95% capacity. Yeah, we just finished the work over at Shoreline. And in those numbers, we had 46 coming out of RVs, living out of RVs, 38 living in cars, and then the remainder 54 are from the streets.
Thank you. And it seems like the other question I wondered about is, so the 1950 parking lot wouldn't be a replacement for Lot B, it would be an addition? Is that what you're saying?
Correct for now. Yeah, we would monitor it, and we're keeping monthly reports of how we're going to be using shoreline, and then we'll do a report back to city staff and see how how the operations are panning out.
Okay. What about the possibility of parking cars on Leghorn? I noticed when I was visiting that there are signs up that say no parking from 2 to 6 a.m. I was wondering if that would also be a help.
I'm not sure I'm following, sorry.
Well, those signs, there's signs so that means that people cannot park on the street there. They can just park on the site or on an other lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And now they can park over at Shoreline. Now it's opened as well, and we will operate the shuttle.
Okay. Thank you. Well, anyway, we're really, really proud of this, and so happy to hear that it is, it's really functioning well. That's great. Thank you.
And I should add that the Shoreline lot is good for parking the RVs, because the site on Leghorn, 1950 Leghorn, would be appropriate for cars, small vehicles, but not RVs.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Joe, for the update. Always good to hear the latest news. I'm basically asking the same question that Councilmember Showalter just asked, but maybe in a slightly different way. Maybe staff can tell me, with the parking update that I'm hearing about and how many residents of various vehicles are moving into this project. I'm wondering whether staff, or I guess Joe has already been asked, but whether staff has looked into changing the parking situation on Leghorn so that we're not always purchasing properties for parking, particularly cars. My understanding is that, and this was before my time, so you can tell me I'm totally wrong, but my understanding is that there's the parking limits on that street, that it was prior to the narrow streets ordinance, and it's a wider street. And I'm just wondering if anybody's looked into re-examining that, and maybe that might be a better use of our resources. I mean, I hope we get this grant, but better use of our resources than constantly purchasing places to park cars that we're not even living in.
I could provide an initial thought, and then perhaps the Don Cameron, Public Works Director, or RT Shrivastava, Community Development Director, Assistant City Manager, might have additional thoughts. During the application process, and then working at full speed last year to implement the project, we were really focused on moving the project through the building permit process and getting all those pieces in place. Our work with Joe and the Life Moves team was really focused on acknowledging and understanding that there are parking restrictions that currently exist, and then figuring out an operations plan to address that, given the on-site parking, and also being good neighbors. So that wasn't part of staff's evaluation at the time, in particular because there really wasn't time to evaluate that. Perhaps Don and our team may have some thoughts about the history of the parking restrictions on the site. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Don Cameron, Public Works Director. I will say that, yes, it is on our work plan to take a look at those parking restrictions on Leghorn, as well as other similar parking restrictions in the city. Our first step will be to go back and research the history of those signs being put in and the reasons why, see if those needs still exist, and reevaluate the need for the signs, as well as some outreach with the property owners along the street to let them know that we are studying possibly removing the signs. So it is on our work plan to come back to council when we have a chance to do this analysis and make a recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That sounds like the right direction to me.
Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar question, and I think if there's any way to prioritize various streets from a user perspective, this one would be especially important to me because I think that it's wonderful to have the shuttle, but when you envision coming back with purchases or whatnot like that, having the ability to have a parking space, even if it's on the street that's close in, I think is obviously a lot better. And then I have a question about the solar. And I'm very much a solar supporter. When I was in the state assembly, I had the opportunity to do some legislation to really push that forward. And so I saw in the staff report that this would be $1 million to do the solar. And do we have a rough idea of what the current spend is per month that this would defray?
Sorry, we don't have that information yet, and the PG&E bills that are coming through are just too small to realize, but we are working with a consultant to design a program for maximum solar use on the existing buildings.
And so currently the bills are very small?
Yeah, they're not coming through. We don't have all the information yet to make that detailed analysis, but we're working with PG&E to assemble all the information.
Okay, and again, I think it could be a great message, and it's definitely eye-catching, as it has been the quick rollout of this program and quickly serving people that are in need. But I do think that our fiduciary duty extends, definitely in terms of what we do as a city, but then also what we request as a city as well. So in a certain sense, I think that we can look at county, state, federal money as free money to us. But at a certain level, it does come out of other worthy objectives. And so if the spend were like $10,000 a month on electricity, it would still take quite a while for $1 million to be recouped in terms of the cost avoidance. So I just think about our commitment to serving the public, even when we appear to be able to access free money.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. So first, Joe, always good to see you. Thank you, Wayne. And I know you're a one-man show right now, but hopefully you'll get staffed up and we'll be able to work on these kinds of innovative and exciting projects with less stress and fewer nights past midnight. So thank you very much for your work on this. So first question, I can't recall offhand, what is the long-term and short-term bike storage available at the Home Key site right now? And do you anticipate providing long and short-term bike parking at the new site if it's acquired? It's nice to have a shuttle operate between the two. Many people won't be able to ride bikes perhaps, but some can, and it might be more effective for some number of people to ride their bike to their parked car if that's something that they will need to do. So are we looking at bike capacity as well?
Wayne, do you want me to answer that? We have lots of bikes. We partnered with Good Karma Bikes. And if you go on site, we have more bikes than we put in bike parking. And we're now looking at putting in additional bike storage for all these bikes. I would say we have at least 25, if not 30 bikes on site. There's a lot. And the clients are allowed to take their bikes with them when they exit the programs as well.
So I figure that intuitively. I guess what I'm asking is, we're looking at adding car parking spaces, and I understand why, but is this also an opportunity to expand long-term bike storage? Are you going to have a short-term bike storage available for folks who are riding their bike from the home key site to fetch their car? Is that something that we're looking at as part of this project?
We definitely can do. Like, I know we have the bike storage on site now, and we'll look at putting it, if we are successful on the other sites, that we would put storage, secure storage on site there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at it for you.
Wonderful. And then the second question, I'm very interested in better understanding the long-term parking utilization generally. And, you know, at some point we may not need as much parking. Will we be able to use this site for other purposes? For instance, increasing the number of interim, modular units that are available, something along those lines. Are we able to do that, or are we locked into this particular use for a long period of time?
Wayne, I was going to defer that to you.
Sure. Vice Mayor, if you could clarify, are you referring to the 2566 site or the Leghorn site? Thanks for that clarification. Our understanding, and Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the support of 2566 with parking at 1950 would go in tandem to support the duration of the use of 2566 as interim housing. So that has a requirement to operate for at least 10 years. And as we get closer to that date, then we would explore options about, for example, whether it would remain as interim housing, or, for example, if there's an interest on council to convert it to permanent housing, or some other option. But the parking anyway would support the use of the site as long as 2566 is for this particular use. The intent is to work with Life Moves. Once Life Moves acquires the site, we would work with the team to look at having that dedicated to the site or conveyed to the city in terms of city ownership. And then I think at that point, we could potentially explore some options after the requirement to serve 2566 is complete. Joe, I don't know if you have any other thoughts to add.
No, I think you answered it well.
Great, thank you. So we're using it to support the Project Home Key site, which I completely understand and support. And 10 years down the road, we'll have an opportunity to evaluate a different use, because we will be able to, at least in partnership with Life Moves, control that site and identify another use, depending on what the council at the time is interested in pursuing.
Yes, and we would certainly just also want to make sure we're reviewing the CDBG home key program requirements to make sure those options are available. But I think conceptually that is our understanding of the possibilities for the 1950 site.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have one too. So I'll go to Councilmember Hicks and then I'll ask my question. Go ahead, Councilmember Hicks.
This is just a short follow-up on the Vice Mayor's question. So I'm hearing that as for the Leghorn parking site, we could revisit its use in 10 years. I guess it wouldn't be it would be a different council. But in 10 years, and I just wanted to I just wanted to make sure that if other parking arrangements were made, would there be any way to visit it before the 10 years? Because it seems like it would be, foolish to have to keep parking lot if you'd found other ways to park cars. So I just wanted to verify that.
Thanks for that question. I think at a high level, the intent of the state CDBG Home Key program is to help address the housing needs of the unsheltered who are impacted by the pandemic. As the project unfolds and it's implemented and there are evolving needs, what we would likely do is have a conversation with the State Housing and Community Development Department to understand what the options are. So for example, if in 5 years from now, we find that there's actual shift in the needs and priorities and we're able to explore a different use for the site, that would be something we would explore with the state. But our understanding is they're really focused on making sure folks are sheltered. And so if there's a different opportunity to achieve that goal even more effectively, I think they would be open to the discussion, pending any kind of hard requirements of the program to meet. But I think that would be a conversation with HCD, and they've been very good about working with the city and Life Moves about exploring the options and trying to be open and creative to meet the needs.
Okay, good. That's more the answer I wanted to hear. I would hate to see that Life Moves in the future is housing more people on the street without vehicles, and we have an unfilled parking lot that we have to keep for 10 years. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And then I just had a quick clarifying question for staff. So part of the parameters for the CDBG grant are that it's for infrastructure needs. And so that's why the two recommended items are coming forward with the parking lot and the solar. Is that correct? Because it's partially, we're confined by what we can fund that falls under the infrastructure category.
Yes, I believe that's right. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, there are sort of two buckets of eligible applicants for this. The first bucket is folks who applied to Home Key and did not get awarded funds, and they're going to have a different set of needs. And then the second bucket are folks who did apply to Home Key and did get awarded and are implementing the projects, and they have a different set of needs. So we're in that second bucket, and the needs of this particular project for Mountain View and for Life Moves is particular to our situation, and it happens to also connect with an allowed use. And so it is narrow in the sense that it is specific to this project, and it is allowed by HCD because we're in that second bucket.
Great, thank you for that clarification. All right, so I don't see any other hands for questions, so I'll move on to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer. So I see 2 hands, so we'll just wait for the timer to come forward. All right, Sush?
Hi. So my name is Sush. I am a resident of Mountain View, and I had just 2 things I want to bring up. First, I would like to highlight that alternate parking options sounds like a great plan, especially since we've heard that 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. is the only time that you can't park on Leghorn, which seems like it's primarily to prevent overnight parking. But I recognize the need for parking. I just think there can be better uses of that money along with the solar, because I was just doing calculations. It looks like you need 1,000 months of paying $10,000 in electricity rates to compensate for the solar. Related to that, I was wondering if Life Moves would be able to provide any analysis that they've conducted on the various options that fall under the infrastructure bucket, like whether something like a community kitchen or a food bank or other things that are critical to supporting a currently unhoused population as they move towards independence would be like a better use of this overall budget of $5 million that we have versus buying a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Edie Keating. Oops, sorry about that. Anna Cole. Anna Cole. All right. Edie Keating.
Hello, thank you. I appreciate many of the council questions on this item. I'm happy to hear that there is flexibility in the possible future uses of the lot that is being considered for purchase. And I do appreciate the question of, are these worthy uses? Is there enough benefit from these uses that will be funded by grant money? And one of the things that reassures me of going ahead to apply for this grant money is that, if there are better uses, then the grant will not be received by Mountain View. Regarding the solar, winter is coming, and I'm assuming there is electric heat used by the modular units. So I think the bill may jump up a bit when winter arrives. And also because we don't know if this grant will be received or not, winter is coming is another thought. And if those signs were to come down so that there could be parking very close on the street, I think that would be highly beneficial and just normal. I think that should take place, that those signs should come down that prohibit overnight parking. Those signs don't go up in residential areas because there is a need in residential areas for street parking. Well, Leghorn has now become a residential area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Benson. Bob, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
Okay, so I'm a general contractor. We're located directly across from 1950 Leghorn. We built our building here in 1980. I was actually the architect and then the builder for this building. We were regulated by the amount of parking ratio of what we were allowed to have for the size of our building and amount of spaces that we had. And I just wanted to ask how a place like down the street is allowed to build something that they don't have enough parking for. Secondly, I'm a little concerned about the fact that the actual as far as what they're doing for residential, we approached the city many years ago about building condos when the condos started getting built behind us, and we were instructed that the actual general plan says that Leghorn Street, at least on our end, is supposed to be used for industrial, and they're not going to allow any residential in this area to be developed. So now we have a proposal saying that we are going to put residential parking across the street from an area that we're not supposed to have any residential development. So I'm just asking the attorney, are you going to change the general plan that's been in effect for many years for this street? I'm also concerned, I'd like to address a couple things about the parking. The parking on the street, I don't know if there's signs down here, but this street is impacted with parking up and down the street. They're there all the time. Over the night, I have boats parked out here. I have RVs parked out here. It's pretty interesting. This last week, I just got somebody to post a sign that says no RV parking. I think it has to do with this relationship or this application. Lastly, I'm a little concerned about Mountain View pushing out a small contractor. There's been 4 or 5 of them that ran over there, and now you're going to put a parking lot in because you're going to put a new a non-building and a non-function for the city. It kind of upsets me.
Thank you. All right. So that concludes public comment. So We'll bring this back for council deliberation and action. And we note that we need a motion to approve the recommendation, which should include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and move the staff recommendation, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View for exception to the 180-day wait period, Government Code Sections 7522.56 and 21224. And just by way of a few comments, some zoning code related things have come up from council questions and from public comments, and I wanted to speak briefly to them. The contention that this is a residential use is partially right, but in compliance with state law, the city is required to identify one zoning district in which shelter uses are allowed by right. And many years ago, the council at the time decided that that zoning district would be the general industrial zoning district. So that's why the site exists where it does. I think an interesting question that we could talk about in the future maybe is that the right zoning district for interim housing for shelter uses. But right now, the zoning code says this is the zoning district where that use is allowed by right. The parking issue, Project Home Key allows reductions or I guess exemptions from the zoning code in order to make these kinds of developments possible. And that's why even though the zoning code requires roughly 50 parking spaces, only 19 are provided on site. That's because of allowances in state law. But Life Moves and the city, I think, want this development to work, and we want to be good neighbors, as has been said before, which is why we're trying to fully park it. It's not adjacent to, immediately. It's not within the site itself because we wanted to use it primarily for interim housing, but we're trying to find ways of making this work both for the residents who live there and for the business community surrounding it. So we don't want to necessarily impact the area with parking. I think the other thing I wanted to highlight is, even though high level, it may seem unsatisfactory to spend so much money on parking, I'm not thinking about it that way. I'm thinking about this as an opportunity to use state funds to acquire land that we could control down the road, to expand interim housing or find some other use that addresses whatever community need we identify as a priority at that time. So yes, I don't ordinarily seek to expand parking. I would love to have a conversation down the road also about whether we're right in requiring this amount of parking for shelter. That's what the zoning code says right now. But right now, I think we're trying to do what we can to make the project work, both for the neighbors and for the residents who currently are at the 2566 Leghorn site. So very supportive of the proposal, and thanks again to city staff, Wayne, your team, and Joe and the Life News staff for delivering this project and for preparing this application in the time that you did. I know we're coming up across the deadline, and I'm hoping that we can succeed in winning this grant. Thank you.
Go Thank you. And then Vice Mayor, I think you read 7.1. If you would, I think you meant to read 6.1. So I'm going to give you a second to go about that.
Thank you. All right. So I will move the staff recommendation, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving an application for funding and the execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto from the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program, Coronavirus Response, and or the 2020 to 21 funding year of the State Community Development Block Grant Home Key Program. My apologies.
Great, thank you. Your comments were the right ones, though. Okay, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to point that out. I was getting ready to second it, and I thought, wait a minute, what did he just read? So I'll second what you just read.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Matichak. All right, so I don't see any other hands raised from colleagues, so I'll turn it over to City Clerk Glazer to do the roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
And Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you so much to staff. Thank you, Joe, for joining us. Wonderful.
Thank you for your support. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, now we'll move on to item 7, new business. Item 7.1, appointing an extra help retired annuitant under Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. Senior Human Resources Analyst Lindsay Bishop will present the staff report. Human Resources Director Sue Rush is also available for questions. So we will move it over to Ms. Bishop, who I think is coming over. Is that right? Let's see. Oh, perfect. There's Ms. Bishop and there's Ms. Rush. Great.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This evening, I bring to you a resolution appointing an extra help retired annuitant. Government code requires a 180-day separation before a retired CalPERS annuitant can be employed by PERS agencies. Government code also allows for CalPERS agencies to hire a retired annuitant before the end of this 180-day period if their expertise is needed to fill a critical role and the governing body approves the exception at a public meeting, which is why I'm here before you tonight. I recommend such an exception to hire retired annuitant Douglas Kiner as an extra help retired annuitant performing the services of a senior system specialist in the police department. The senior system specialist performs a critical role in the maintenance, troubleshooting, and upgrade of public safety systems, including in-progress implementation of systems for police records and support for the Emergency Communications Center. Mr. Kiner has the experience and specialized skills, and his employment is critical to oversee the projects outlined in the staff report, which support the systems that safeguard the wellness of residents, employees, and visitors in Mountain View. This work is technical and time sensitive. The police department does not have sufficient staff resources with the technical knowledge and skills to ensure the continuity of services and systems until the new incumbent is onboarded. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this retired annuitant hire. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. All right, does any member of the council have any questions? All right, seeing none. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. All right, and I'm also seeing no public comment. So I will now bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should include the reading of the title of the resolution that's attached to the report. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View for exemption to the 180-day wait period, Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224, which was previously read by the Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Second.
Great, so we have a motion by Councilmember Abe-Koga, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. So we'll turn it over to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. And thank you to staff. So we'll move on to item 7.2, which is our lot 12 development. So we'll wait as staff makes their way over via the Zoom. But at this time, do any council members have any disclosures that they would like to make? Please feel free to raise your hand if you do. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
I'll disclose that I've met with the applicant.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? All right. So Assistant Community, Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I also had a discussion with the applicant.
Great, thank you. So Assistant Community Development Director Wayne Chen and Associate Planner Krisha Penalar will present the staff report. In addition, Randy Tsuda, President and CEO, Alta Housing from the developer team will present. We'll also have from the developer team and available for questions are Ann Silverberg, CEO, Northern California Affordable Related California, Andrew Schnofhar, Assistant Vice President, Related California, and Alex Seidel, Principal, Seidel Architects. All right, so I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chen, first.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you. It's been some time. Let me again take a moment to share my screen. I apologize in advance if it is a little bit slow and lags. Give me 1 second here. And then I will also note again that Libby Seifel and Sue Block, our consultants on this project, are also available to help assist answer any questions you may have. So without further ado, this item is regarding the Lot 12 development. The purpose of this meeting, there are a couple of items. The developer does intend to submit a formal application using the SB 35 process that has a more streamlined review and approval process. It's a 90-day approval process. This process has some limits on the ability for the city to modify the project design after the application submittal. And as we learn more and have more SB 35 projects, we are learning good ways to implement SB 35. But for Lot 12, it is staff's recommendation that any changes to the project design occur before the application submittal. Because the city is the landowner of Lot 12, there's a requirement for the city to actually authorize the developer to be able to submit the application. And so the purpose of this meeting is for the council to discuss those key items that would be necessary to discuss prior to authorizing their submittal, which is approving the key terms of this project and of this deal, to provide input on the project's design, and then to authorize the application submittal by the developer. Brief background. The RFP process began in 2019. It included in May of 2020 when council selected the joint development team of Related and Alta as the preferred developer. In October of 2020, there were some remaining items that the council wished to discuss. And in that study session, council determined the following. That it wishes to see the 160 public parking spaces that currently exist in Lot 12 to be replaced offsite. That there is support for county Measure A funding for rapid rehousing units as opposed to permanent supportive housing. And the initial RFP submittal had childcare as a proposed potential use. Council supported this as a potential use, but it wasn't a requirement of the project. So since that time until now, we have been having weekly meetings with the development team to negotiate on the key deal terms. There has been a required tribal consultation process that is part of SB 35 that has been completed. We did bring an item to council back in April to approve $1.3 million in pre-development loan to allow the developer to undertake various activities at the stage of the process. And there have been 2 rounds of informal project review already, in addition to ongoing discussions as necessary on various items. Briefly, the project site, as you may know, the site is across the street from the Civic Center, from the library and City Hall. It's a 1.5 acre site, bounded by Mercy, Bryant, and California streets. It's in the downtown precise plan area, sub-area C, and it's a transition area, and it is within half a mile of the downtown Drive Center, as well as the El Camino Real transit and bus lines. So the proposed development is 120 units with 1 manager's unit, with 8 units on the ground floor, 18 studios, 42 one-bedrooms, and then half of the project are larger units, 2 and 3 bedrooms for meeting the priority of more housing for families. In terms of the affordability levels for those 119 units, all of them are below 80% AMI, and it's broken down as such. 40 of the units would be up to 30% AMI, known as extremely low income units. And of the 40, 20 would be for rapid rehousing. So those are RH units. Another 40 units would be up to 50% AMI level, very low income units. And then the remaining 39 units would be considered low income units, up to 80% AMI, area of median income. There is a desire and a priority for this to be a excellent project that activates the street and creates excellent pedestrian realm and creates a sense of place. So in RFP, there was inclusion of a provision for the developer to have mixed uses on the site. So it has evolved. Currently, the developer has approximately 3,000 square feet of non-residential space, 2,200 for retail, and 800 square feet for a flex maker space that can also serve as a community meeting space and would serve as a community benefit. 92 residential parking spaces, 87 for tenants, 5 guest spaces, and 5 for retail spaces. I do want to flag that in the staff report, it notes 95 residential spaces, but we did just receive updated information that it's 92 total spaces for the residential. And then replacing the units, the parking spaces offsite, and providing the city an upfront one-time payment of 10.1 million rather than replacing the spaces on site. With this, I will turn it over to Krisha Penalar, the project planner for this project, and waiting for the slide to move forward.
Thank you, Wayne. Krisha Penalar, associate planner. The applicant is requesting a 60% density bonus to allow 120 residential units in lieu of the 75 units permitted in the downtown precise plan. The applicant is also requesting 2 waivers to the following development standards: height and floor area ratio, also known as FAR. They're also requesting a concession on FAR. 92 parking spaces are proposed and permitted per state density bonus law, as the site is located within a half mile of the transit stop. Next slide. Thank you. So this is a rendering of from the intersection of California Street and Bryant Street. The proposed architecture is contemporary, but it does have a residential vernacular. Materials used on the building include horizontal composite siding, stained wood screens, board form concrete, cement plaster, Corten colored corrugated metal, and porcelain tile. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. This rendering shows the mid-block courtyard that fronts Bryant Street. Staff continues to work with the developers on finalizing design items prior to the SB 35 application submittal. These requested modifications are intended to improve the pedestrian environment and placemaking. Further details to those items are noted in the staff report. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Krisha. Transitioning to the key deal terms, just wanted to preface that there has been a significant funding challenge for affordable projects, not only in the region, but statewide. There have been significant increases in development costs. The economy has been impacted, and external funding sources are fluctuating. And since the time of the RFP submittal back in 2020 to now, there actually has been an increase in a funding gap of $16 million. And so we've worked really hard with the developer and our external partners, including the county and housing authority and other partners, to find a way to close this gap and make the project feasible, at least using current estimates, assumptions, and costs. And we've all also had the opportunity to work with and through the leadership of State Senator Josh Becker to get $8 million in state funding through Senate Bill 129, which is the State Budget Act. It has been included in the bill for affordable housing in Mountain View. So we thank the Senator very much for this effort. This chart provides a summary of the key funding sources that is currently helping the project close the gap. And you see the various funding sources, and I won't go through all of them, but it gives you a picture of the amounts that are required to fund such a project with the increased development costs that are currently impacting projects. So onto the key deal terms. These deal terms will go into what in other projects we term the DDA, but for this particular project, it's the LDDLA, the Lease Disposition Development and Loan Agreement. And we'll just start and focus on the key items. The first one is the city subsidy. It is recommended that the city provide a loan for $12.25 million for this project, composed of the following: $2.6 million for the affordable housing side of the project using housing funds, $1.6 million for the non-residential commercial portion of the project using general fund. And then once the city receives the $8 million through the state disbursement process, that would be part of the state loan, the city loan to the developer. The loan term would be for 55 years, and we've typically used a 3% simple interest. We do include in the key deal terms the ability to lower, if it's needed, the interest rate to 1.5% if the developer can demonstrate it is needed to maintain project feasibility. So we do have that in there. The other piece, as mentioned before, is the upfront payment to the city, the $10.1 million, rather than paying for the cost of development, including the 160 spaces on site. The ground lease duration, we envision a 65-year term with the ability to extend that term 2 times by the developer for 34 years of extension, up to potential 99 years. And in such a case, with the lease term being extended, the affordability restrictions would also be extended. So if it goes out to 99 years, the affordability on the site would also go out to 99 years. Some technical stuff, but we did want to highlight the ability to work with the developer team to have the city not subordinate its right to have affordability restrictions on the site in case there is a default by the developer on the site. We mentioned this because in the past, it has not been as common for cities to subordinate its regulatory agreement, which meant that the city could lose its ability to have these restrictions on a development. So not subordinating is really important. And also being able to maintain the ownership of the property in case there's a default or foreclosure. That's obviously very important as well. The float up provision is connected to the subordination piece. As we're moving forward with projects that we are able to not subordinate the city's rights, we're working with developers and the developer requirements to increase the extremely low income units up to a higher rent limit if it is needed, and only to extent that is needed to make sure that the project is financially feasible if something were to occur and it impacts the feasibility of the project. And so these two items are connected, are related. And then finally, for the performance milestones, big picture, we are trying to work with the developer to target a construction start in the fall of 2023. This means several items that would precede it, but you see that there are key items regarding submitting the SB 35 application, having the project approved through that process. Next year, the developer starting to seek and apply for external funding sources, especially state funding, and to submit the building permit application and getting that approval process completed, over the next year and a half. And then really trying to target a construction completion date in summer, fall of 2025. All of this is really dependent on the ability for the developer to be able to apply for, be ready for, and attain the external funding sources to get through the building permit application process in a relatively timely manner to, after this council meeting, be able to respond to any remaining items to submit the SB 35 application. So there is a provision in the deal terms that on the outside year to have construction started no more than 4 years from when the LDDLA is executed. So that's 2025. I state that just to note that we are really working hard with the developer to make sure this project stays on track and moves forward. But it is subject to various items related to development costs, the timing of the state funding that's available, et cetera. Apologies for the lag. In terms of next steps, the staff's recommendation is that prior to the developer submitting the actual application, if the council does approve staff's recommendation here tonight, is there are a few things. The developer would work with staff to address any program design elements per council's input. Then staff would make a written determination that the project design elements have been addressed. The city would execute the LDDLA with the developer team. And once those pieces have been completed, then the developer would be able to submit its SB 35 application. So with that, we have 5 recommendations for council. I believe the presentation skipped a slide, but there is also a piece regarding the surplus lands, and there is state requirements for local agencies, for cities to go through a process to declare lands that it owns to be exempt surplus lands. And so as part of that requirement, there's a resolution here for the city council to determine Lot 12 as exempt surplus lands per state requirements. Number 2 is to approve the key business terms as summarized in staff report and as discussed here in the presentation. To execute the LDDLA after the meeting, provide direction on project design and architecture, and then authorizing the development team to submit the SB 35 application. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. Thanks very much. And I believe the development team will be making a short presentation right now.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Chen. Mr. Tsuda, are you the one who's doing the presentation, or is someone else from your team going to be doing it?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I will be doing a very brief presentation and then turning it over to Alex to talk about the design in more detail. I believe Andrew is going to share his screen with the actual presentation. Andrew?
Yes.
Great, we see it.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thanks to Wayne and Krisha, first of all, for the very detailed presentation and the staff report. I'm Randy Suda, the CEO of Alta Housing, and joining me tonight, Andrew, if you could go to the next slide, are Ann Silverberg and Andrew Scorfar from Related, and then Alex Seidel, who is our project architect. On behalf of Alta and Related, we just wanted to express our thanks to the city staff for diligently working with us through this process, and we are so excited to be here in front of council tonight, and what we hope and anticipate will be a significant step towards building 120 units of affordable housing on Lot 12. We certainly support the staff's recommendations and those detailed items that they've identified in the staff report and we're confident that we can address all the staff comments and recommendations. In fact, just to give you a sense of the timing, our intent is to submit some updated drawings and design schemes to staff by Friday. So that just gives you a sense of the urgency in which we are working on addressing all of those comments. Because from our standpoint, it's just critical that we keep advancing the project, and we really hope to secure entitlements as indicated in the staff report by the end of this year. And that allows us to hit that critical deadline of early next year for the applications for the various state affordable housing funding sources. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alex at this point, and Alex will give you a quick update on the revisions to the design of the project.
Thanks, Randy. Good evening, council members and Mayor. I'm very pleased to be here this evening and to present a brief update of the Lot 12 affordable housing design. As Randy mentioned, collaboration between our development team and city departments and agencies has been ongoing over a number of months, and we're all very excited about the design evolution of the project. This image, I think, gives you an idea of how the project will fit into the neighborhood. As Wayne mentioned earlier, it's very much a transitional site, and we all understand that. And we've worked to try to make an appropriate series of appropriate scale changes between the larger commercial structures that front Castro Street in the foreground to sort of a medium effect, the street defining effect along Bryant Street with the new building and the gabled forms, and then terracing down into the existing residential neighborhood. Next slide, Andrew. Next. Andrew, are you there?
Yes, you guys see that?
I think he froze for a sec. There we go.
There we go. Thank you. This is the ground floor of the project. We have community serving retail in the warm pink color on the right, defining the corner of California and Bryant. Also the community room, or maker space as it's alternatively called. Toward the south end of Bryant Street, we have a combination of building entry for the residents, as well as a whole series of residential units that have street entries on Bryant and Mercy. And as the design evolved, we also added 3 street level units on the California Street side, and I'll show you how that looks in a moment. The parking, of course, is completely encased and not visible from any of the public right-of-ways. Next slide, thank you. The Bryant Street elevation on top, you can see the community serving retail along the street on the right, the north side of the project. We call the center of the project the mid-block courtyard. That's where you see the opening between the buildings. That's going to have be landscaped and a usable area with tables and benches, and also features the primary residential entrance into the building through a loggia. Again, the residential units are showing on the south side or the left side with individual stoop entries into the units at the street level. And then the 2 lower elevations really depict what you would see at the corners of Mercy and California. And you can begin to see how the building terraces down toward the lower scale residential neighborhood that fronts Franklin Street. The materials, as Krisha mentioned, are composite wood, plaster, steel, concrete, and various kinds of painted wood. So we're working with staff on that. Next, Andrew. Here you can see the kind of distinctive gable forms that we've been working on with the staff. I think it's been a major step forward in the design, and it is really going to establish the contemporary residential character that we want to have for the project. This is the California and Bryant intersection. So this would be the retail plaza with transparency into the retail space on the interior, and of course, exterior seating, tables, chairs, umbrellas, and landscaping. Next. This is the mid-block courtyard that I mentioned. Again, this is the primary residential entry. So that residential entry would be at that loggia at the left, but there's also an exterior stair that connects this street level courtyard up to the resident courtyard at the podium level. So we're trying to get a high degree of interaction between the public space and the resident private space. And finally, a rendering of the corner of Mercy Street and Bryant. We've established a little Wi-Fi cafe / bike entry at the corner to give some presence to this intersection. There's really kind of a mini plaza here with some benches, which you can see in the foreground. So inviting the public to partake in this little space at the intersection. And then as you move down Mercy Street to the left or the west, you have individual front doors into the ground level units and the massing of the building, the gabled forms stepping down to 2 stories adjacent to the smaller scale residential to the west. So that is really a brief tour. We appreciate the opportunity to share this with you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'll bring it back to council. Does any member of the council have any questions? Councilmember Hicks.
So I just have a question possibly for the architects on the path between the existing mostly single family homes, some apartments, small apartments adjacent, you know, running through the, gosh, what would it be, the west maybe side of the lot. I know there was, at one point there was like a garden designer who you talked about, and I guess that has maybe evolved a little, and I don't know if you have any pictures or sketches of that, or whether you can describe how that pathway, is it still going, do you still envision it as open to the public for walking
Yes.
through there? And is the designer the same, and any other details you can tell us
Yes.
on how it's evolved?
Thank you, Andrew. I think we meant to have this slide in the deck, and somehow it didn't get in, but here it is. So we have maintained that concept. We think it's a really important concept. So this is the sort of a bird's eye view of the landscape plan. And as you may recall, the small, thin bar building at the back is a series of townhouses that overlook this garden space. And there will be a gate that will be open at either end during basically business hours that invites the public basically to use this as a mid-block crossing. And I'm happy to report that our landscape designer, April Phillips, is still on board and working diligently on finalizing this space, and it will continue to have you know, fruits and vegetables planted in it. We think that that can be an engaging activity for the residents of the project. We have several facilities tucked in under the townhouses along there where there's a workroom and also an outdoor porch that spills into the terrace that you can kind of see in gray on the upper right. I am sorry we don't have actually more. We probably should have a rendering of this, and we can do that. But we think it's going to be a really engaging and beautiful space. And it's an ongoing effort.
And do you have any renderings of the townhomes or any? I unfortunately got the plans at the last minute, so I wasn't able to look at them.
Andrew may be able to bring up an elevation of them.
Yes, might take me a minute.
I mean, we can move on to other people's questions maybe, because that was my last question.
The character of the townhomes, as we've discussed it with planning, it is almost an agrarian feel. So it's got vertical wood on it, sloped roofs, and little corrugated awnings. So we're trying to have the architecture reflect the same concept of this agrarian passage in the middle of the block.
Yeah, I looked at your website a long time ago and saw that you'd done some other affordable housing that was kind of, smaller homes or cottages and they were actually quite nice. So if you just replicate those, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, it has some resemblance. The very first project our office ever did was called The Farm down in SoCal. Yeah.
Yeah, make it just like that.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. A couple of questions that might be more towards staff. First question, regarding SB 35, and frankly, it has to do with the design. As Councilmember Hicks mentioned, we received plans late in the staff report. It says, staff recommends that design refinements happen before they submit SB 35 or the application. So, and I don't necessarily want to slow things down, but I guess I am concerned that it feels a bit like it's being rushed. And I think you, in the presentation you mentioned, because it's city land, the city has to approve the submittal of SB 35 application. Can we condition it on the design refinements being approved by at least our staff before? Since we have to approve the submittal, I just feel like I would feel more comfortable, frankly, if at least our staff looked at everything and made sure everything was ready for prime time before it gets submitted. And since we have that approval authority, can we condition it on that?
Thanks for the question. And I think the staff recommendation might align with what you're suggesting, Council Member, which is that after the council meeting, staff would continue to work with the developer to make those revisions. And until those revisions are made, the SB 35 application would wait. At the staff level, a determination will be made and a written confirmation will be done to document the successful response to any of the items here tonight. And then there would be the actual execution of the agreement, the LDDLA. And then the application would be submitted. So we were trying to strike a balance of moving the item forward while still having some checks in place so that we can make sure that the input was responded to.
Great, thank you for that clarification. My other questions have to do with the financing piece. I did ask a written question, and I think I wasn't clear in my question because the answer wasn't quite what I was looking for. But before that, I should go to the non-commercial space, and the ask is the 1.65 million. I guess sorry, my dog's here. I guess I'm looking for a way to, budget creep is of concern to me, frankly. Would it make any difference if we were to convert that to more retail space? So the instead of 2,200, make it a full 3,000 square feet of retail. And I ask that because when I've talked to potential, businesses, like for instance, coffee shops, in the past, there's certain coffee shops that have wanted to come into downtown Mountain View. They've said to me they usually look for 1,500 square feet of space. So with 3,000, you could get potentially 2 businesses, is what I was thinking. And would that also help with our costs and having some cost savings there?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think in part it depends what would actually occupy that 800 square feet of flex makerspace, and to the extent that it is used more as a community benefit and for meeting space. So to the extent that there is more utilization of the 800 square feet for the meeting space, or if there are other public benefit uses such as educational classes or training space, or tech sort of makerspace in that way. There is a provision there where those leases or the cost of using that space would need to be below market rates because it is for a community benefit. If it were to shift for more retail use, then perhaps there would be more opportunities to have a use there that could generate more business and provide more revenue into the project. I'll pause there and I'll see if maybe the developer team has any input and insights on the market and the conditions for modifying the use and the implications of the finances.
Andrew, do you have any thoughts on on the financing of the project if we went with more retail versus the community room space?
Yeah, I mean, right now, as Wayne articulated, we've assumed that space to be a below market commercial space that would be occupied by a nonprofit or multiple nonprofits. We do have the additional community room space, roughly about 800 square feet. The expansion of the commercial space does obviously increase the commercial cost associated with the project, and the cost of the commercial space is currently being supported by that non-residential contribution by the city. Ultimately, if we do increase that space, we're unable to leverage affordable housing sources like low-income housing tax credits to finance that space. So we would be looking for non-affordable housing sources like those city dollars to be able to contribute towards the cost of additional commercial space. It's just a picture into the current financing of the commercial space.
So you're saying that it doesn't really matter whether it's more retail or like whatever, community space, flex space, it would still be dependent on the city's subsidy. Is that?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, great. And then my last question, so this was a clarification of my written question. So going to the city's loan amount, I had asked if the repayment of the city loan would be deposited into our general fund or could be deposited into our general fund as opposed to our affordable housing fund. And I was not looking at the state, the SB 129 money, but the 4.25 million. of the city funds, so that 1.65 of the non-commercial and then a 2.6 of affordable housing funds. And I'm just looking for flexibility. That's my goal here. But if I recall, and I think I recall correctly, with other affordable housing projects, when the city has provided a loan to the affordable housing developer and that loan is being repaid, we would deposit that into our general fund, not into affordable housing fund. And again, what I'm looking for here is some flexibility. So could I get clarification on the 4.25 million piece of the city loan?
Thanks for clarifying that. I believe the 1.65 million portion for the commercial non-residential piece could be would be able to be deposited or redeposited back into the general fund, but the 2.6 million portion for the affordable.
Yeah, so that's where we can take this offline, or you can respond later. But my recollection is that even the 2.6, even if it comes out of our affordable housing funds, when it gets repaid, it could go to our general fund. But from other projects we've done, that was my recollection. So, but yeah, we can delve further into that offline.
We can certainly check and follow up, and then we also have our consultants on this project, and I don't know whether Sue Block or Libby Seifel might be able to provide input, but I believe we would typically want to try to have the funds be repaid back into the originating source. And if Sue or Libby, you may not have the input, we will follow up after this meeting.
So I see Sue's hand up, so I'm gonna go to her to answer the question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. So the money that's derived from
Sue, I'm sorry, do you mind just introducing yourself for members of the public who might not be familiar?
Sorry, I'm Sue Block. I'm with the law firm Burke Williams and Sorensen, and we've been providing outside counsel services to the city on this project and a number of other affordable housing projects over the years. So to answer the question, the money that is derived from the successor agency low and moderate income housing asset fund, I think that's, I can't remember the dollar amount, but those funds repayment of a loan provided by those funds would have to be deposited back into that same source. The remainder of the money, it depends on what source the funds come from. So if the source was originally BMR impact fees, for example, potentially they would have to be, loan proceeds would have to be redeposited back into that fund. We'd have to take a closer look at that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember Showalter.
Thank you. Yeah, I have basically two questions. One is about the timing. I'm really, this project has been in the works really for a long time, and I'm so glad to see that we're at this point. But because the funding is cyclic, if we get past that, that critical time when we can apply for the tax credits, if we miss that date, then we have to wait a whole nother year to do that. And that's serious. So I have talked to the applicant, and I have talked to the city staff a little bit about, about their confidence that we can meet they can meet the time criteria to make the changes that are in the staff recommendation. So that's good. At this point, the developer and the staff thinks they can do it. But I'm concerned about what happens if there's a problem and it isn't working. Is there a way for us to have a report back to the city council, say in late November or early December, about what the status of this, and have these things been resolved so that we'll know and could take some action if we need to?
Yes, we would be happy to provide an update in a couple of months to let the council know where the project is at.
Yeah, I that would be great, Wayne. I'd really like to hear that it's, you know, that they've submitted their SB 35 grant. That would be wonderful. Okay, and then the other thing is on this project and all around town, it seems like every time we talk about development, a thing that comes up is trees. And of course, there are some trees that are being taken out for this project, and there are many trees that are being put in. And I was wondering if it might be possible for some trees, if there's mitigation associated with the removal of trees, for some of those trees to be put in as early as possible, perhaps on another Alta project site. There are two on El Camino, or on a nearby city site. So to help with the replacement of our canopy.
I'm going to see if perhaps project planner Krisha might have any comments on that, or whether it may have come up in discussions with the developer regarding trees.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they are proposing on putting in 37 trees on site. They are removing 37. Of those 37, 5 are heritage. We're currently working on preserving 2 of those heritage trees on site. Again, we're still trying to see if there's ways to keep those trees. They're the evergreen ash that's on the west side of the property. And we can look into seeing if we can relocate the tree. I know one of the trees, a coast live oak off of California Street, is difficult to relocate just because of its size and species, so it would not survive relocation. However, we are working with the applicant team to incorporate additional trees as there's room to fit them on the perimeter of the site.
Councilmember Showalter, just in response to your question about putting trees on other Alta sites, we could follow up, but it might be difficult since these are already designed with their own tree removals and replacements. But I did want to note that the applicant is meeting the mitigation of the 10 replacement trees on the site itself.
Okay, well, I just wanted to plant that seed of getting these trees in as soon as possible, because, you know, they do take a while to grow, and we don't need just trees in this location. We need them all over town. So if some could be put in other places earlier, that would be fine with me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matischek.
Thanks. So speaking of trees, I was wondering, am I reading the plans correctly that there are no trees proposed right at the corner of California and Bryant and Mercy and Bryant, where the smaller courtyard and the larger courtyards are?
Yeah, so that's one of the design items that we're working with the applicant team on, is to incorporating additional canopy trees on those corners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then in the plans that we were sent, page A2.2, is that the view that the existing homes to the west of this development would have?
And are you saying sheet A2.2, and on the bottom it says Mercy Street elevation? Oh, and then the mid-block garden elevation. Yeah, so that's the view from the public plaza, or the mid-block garden.
So the mid-block
on the west property line.
Okay, on the west property line. So that's what the existing homes would see.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then a process question for tonight here. You know, when we get to the comments portion, I just want to understand how we're going to do this. If we all have comments about design, are we going to see what the majority of the council members supports versus we all say something different and the applicant doesn't know which ones to act on?
Council member, we are looking for council direction on design so that we could move very quickly into the application phase.
Right, so we're gonna consolidate ours and it would be the majority view. So if one person says something and the others don't agree, it's not the majority view. Okay.
Matacek, yes, that's correct. Staff will be looking for council majority direction on the design.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have one question. So the float up provision concerns me because we could potentially lose what I think may be the most important, at least to me, aspect of the project, and that's the ELI units. We have very few ELI affordable units throughout the city. And I want to get a better sense of what is the likelihood that that provision will actually be triggered. And then if it does get triggered, it sounds like we may not actually be able to implement it depending on what the Measure A programmatic restrictions are, since Measure A has an ELI requirement. So I wanted to get a better sense of what that process would look like.
Thanks for the question. And by way of getting a response to that, I did want to incorporate one related piece, which is the city's interest rate on the loan. So we did note that the city's interest rate on the loan is 3%, but if it is needed for project feasibility, the city would consider lowering the rate down to 1.5%. I mentioned this because this is one of those pieces that could help keep the project feasible if an issue does come up, which could alleviate the need to go into the float up provision piece. Now, one aspect to that is, certainly if the interest rate were allowed to go lower, that can also help relieve any potential pressure for a float up provision. So then to transition to the float up provision piece specifically, I think this is relatively new for the city. I think perhaps Sue Block may be able to provide some additional input, but it's relatively new. We're able to get something for that, which is not having to subordinate various city rights on the affordability piece. And then we would want to work with our external funding partners, whether it's the county or whoever it might be, to figure out a way to maintain the affordability, because we understand that the county wants the same thing, to preserve the affordability of projects. And it does appear that Measure A funded projects does have some language in its guidelines. So while this is not a kind of a guaranteed response, it does provide an avenue with which we can potentially work with the county to perhaps lower interest rates on Measure A funds to maintain the affordability levels there. So I'm going to pause there. I will ask to see if Sue Block may have any additional insights to add.
Hi, Sue, you there?
Yes, I'm here. So there are two circumstances that we were trying to address with the potential float up. One of them has to do with the possibility that in the future, something could happen that would cause a financial feasibility problem for the project. So for example, if the project is awarded Section 8 project-based vouchers, the term for those vouchers is 20 years. That's renewable, but there's no guarantee. So it depends on funding from the federal government and the housing authority. So what has become fairly commonplace is to include a provision that says, in the event that a source of rent subsidy is lost and there is no replacement after the developer tries diligently to find other sources, then the city would permit rents to increase to a limited degree only to the extent and for the time necessary to ensure that the project remains feasible. The risk is if there's insufficient cash flow, the permanent lender could foreclose, and then, everybody's in a bad situation. So the rent float up in that circumstance is kind of a safety valve, allowing, in the event in the future there's some problem that arises, it would allow for that to occur. The other aspect of this, though, has to do with an analysis that gets done before the project is built. And that, in the staff report, it's described as the true debt test. What that involves is an analysis that the investors are going to very closely monitor to assure themselves that, based on the projections of the cash flow of the project and the anticipated debt, that the loans secured by the project can be repaid at maturity, meaning 55 years from now. If they can't assure themselves that the cash flow from the project is going to be adequate to enable them to either repay the debt or refinance, then that's a failure of the true debt test. And under the Internal Revenue Code, those loans, which can't really be reasonably repaid, are treated as grants. And that causes the investors to have a lot of heartburn, because the whole way that the tax credit program works, it's predicated on the existence of debt rather than grants. Grants are taxable income, debt creates tax benefits. So because this is a leased property, there's a finite term when the lease ends. The true debt test becomes very important, because if the project were owned outright by the developer, they could have an unlimited time period within which they could continue to refinance the debt. But since the lease ends on a date certain, they don't have that ability. So one of the things that the developer team has asked us to consider is that if the analysis shows that there's a problem meeting the true debt test, that we would build in this ability to increase some of the rents to the extent necessary. And, only if there are no other, after reasonable efforts, there are no other alternatives, that we would allow the rents that we would say in the documents that the rents could increase. It's not an absolute commitment that the rents would increase, and it would be subject to whatever regulations are in place that are imposed by the county or the state or any other agency that has an interest in the project. The developer may have more comments to make on this. My understanding is that this solution for the true debt test would mean that the rents might increase in year 65 when the first initial term of the lease expires. I don't think that the true debt test would require a reduction in rents before that time. But I would defer to the developer team and their financial analysts to further explain that.
Great, thank you, Sue. Did the related team have anything more to add for the Vice Mayor, or is this Vice Mayor, are you happy with is this answer sufficient, or do you need more?
I think the financing of this project is complex and bewildering, but I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Do any other colleagues have some questions about the project? I have a couple. Okay, so I think this might be directed towards staff, and apologies, I didn't have an opportunity to meet with the applicant. So so my first question is, so it sounds like we have the 2,200 square feet plus the 800 square feet of community serving space. So my question is about the flexibility. I know that one of the things council had been interested was, perhaps the nonprofit space, perhaps the childcare. It doesn't sound like the childcare is moving forward at this time. However, as this project, you were seeing with this project, things are constantly changing, especially amidst the pandemic. So, as this moves forward, particularly through the SB 35 process, do we still sense that there could be some flexibility on how we use the community serving space? Is it perhaps we could resuscitate the childcare option, or just trying to understand the path forward on the community serving spaces?
I can provide some initial remarks and then ask the developer team to chime in with any additional thoughts. When the developer team submitted the RFP, the submittal, there was incorporated into that original design some space for childcare, and then that was developed before shelter in place took place. And then based on the input from the October 2020 study session, that council supported childcare, but it wasn't an absolute requirement. The developer team did some more analysis, I believe, continued to look at funding sources, talked with the county, and trying to get a handle on how the pandemic would also impact the operations of child care facilities. And based on that analysis, it was determined to shift, actually reduce the non-residential commercial square footage, and then move to this current design. If council were interested in reviving childcare, I think the developer team would then need to go back and revisit the financing piece and also the design piece, which could have a fairly significant impact on the ground floor design and therefore the overall project. And that could impact the ability to submit an SB 35 application in a more timely manner. I'll pause there and see if the developer team has any additional thoughts or other thoughts to provide.
Yeah, just to clarify a couple things. One, actually, our proposal didn't include childcare. We were asked to take a look at that by council, and which we did in conjunction with staff and the county. And what it would have required was with childcare comes a state required outdoor space mandates, and that would have significantly altered the site plan and the layout of the site, make it a very different project than the one that was selected by council. And there was also a lot of challenges regarding funding sources or lack thereof for childcare. So based on that analysis, the development team and staff, we concluded that we would focus on the community serving retail spaces and community flex space rather than childcare. So that is how that evolved. But the incorporation of childcare at this point would require substantial changes to the site plan.
Okay, thanks. So my next question has to do. So my next question, thank you, has to do with the state density bonus. So I saw in the staff report on page 8 that staff was requesting additional information from the developer, and I saw that there was also a council question on this. I still feel like it's a little bit unclear on when staff will have all the information necessary for this. So particularly if council will not see this again, I was a little bit heartened to hear Councilmember Showalter's question and that council would get an update. Is that what staff is envisioning? You could update us on the state density bonus then, or I still feel like it felt a little bit nebulous.
We would be happy to include that as part of the update, specifically about state density bonus. We've just received an updated letter from the developer documenting the request, and I believe we're still reviewing that letter because we just received information and we would still need time to connect and discuss it with the developer. I'll have Krisha also provide any thoughts she may have, but to our initial evaluation on the project and the request, it seems like this shouldn't cause an issue with the size of the units or with the number of units. But I will pause here and see if Krisha has anything to add.
Yeah, you covered it. We're still reviewing the density bonus letter that the applicant submitted. If they also request a concession, then it looks like they'll be able to, that their proposal is compliant with the state density bonus and there's not going to be a reduction in units.
Okay, thank you. All right, and my kind of last question here is, so one of the kind of fantastic things that's developed over the summer is that Lot 12 has been used for a Thursday night farmers market, which I think is just wonderful for our community. So the way that the new, or the augmentations to the site design, would that be something where it could have some sort of placemaking on the corners, or perhaps on the kind of like back walkway, perhaps stalls could be included? Is there any way, or has there been any conversation about doing this beyond just this summer for the farmers market, which I think is a great community benefit?
Maybe I'll see if Krisha or the developer team have talked specifically about the farmers market, but in terms of the design elements that have driven the placemaking conversation, maybe we can get some input from the developer in terms of the corners. So California and Bryant, and Mercy and Bryant, because there was definitely an emphasis discussing with staff about how to activate those corners and invite a place for folks to be able to hang out and linger. And of course, there's the mid-block plaza, and maybe Krisha or the developer team can talk about the dimensions there to see whether there's an opportunity to provide for events such as the farmers market in part or in whole.
Yeah, that's not something that we initially discussed. So I would need to double check to see what the requirements will be for the precise plan to facilitate a farmer's market.
Do we know anything about the, in terms of the dimensions on the corners or the mid-block that could, at least from a physical perspective, accommodate some type of farmer's market use?
Let me pull it up, unless the architect has that handy.
Yeah, Krisha, if you have it, maybe you could pull it up.
And perhaps this is something that can also be looked into and come back to council when we get the update on the density bonus and then kind of the status of the SB 35 application. Like I said, I didn't have an opportunity to discuss anything with the developer or staff prior to this meeting, but I know that it's something that I've been hearing a lot of positive feedback about, and just thinking about how we're talking about the design changes and the elements and placemaking. I think that's one of the great things that Lot 12 has been able to provide, particularly this summer. So,
yeah, I think we can, this is the first we've kind of been given the idea, but I think it's an interesting tie-in if we can make it work. It could influence the landscape plan. I think we need a little time to think about how we might respond to that, though.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, I just wanted to confirm that we will follow up in our update to the council. So this will be a nice to have. The spaces may not be big enough for an actual farmer's market, but we'll do our best to see how we can activate it.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm just trying to think of other uses and activations. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, on the theme of activations, it it seems like this development has a lot of sight lines into the interior, a lot of inviting in of the public, which can be a very great thing, and it can also be challenging. And I'm thinking of other projects by the same architect, like the development where the Rose Market is. And there's definitely a public space, but then the residential is very private. You can't really see into it in a meaningful way. And so I'm wondering about, you know, I haven't been entirely comfortable with, for example, the maker space, because I think there's a lot of ways in which, you know, families could be living here, and, you know, extraneous men that aren't a part of the complex could be like very close to those families, and I do very much like the look of the lounging space outside, but I think that could be a challenge as well, and so I wonder if that was part of the philosophy that it's affordable housing, so we'll defray some of the mystery of what might be going on there by having the whole thing just be very loose and open. But it doesn't seem to have the same kind of expectation of privacy that other developments have. And so I just wanted to get reaction to that.
Council member, I can speak to this a little bit. I think the fact that this is a public housing project gave us some opportunities that we don't always have. We do try to build in, especially the ground floor spaces, to be more publicly, you know, sort of interacting at a public level. And what you're seeing here is hopefully sort of an aspirational piece where we're trying to engage the public while giving enough privacy to the residents of the project itself. But if you do have any specific concerns, we're happy to answer or address it.
Yeah, I guess just from the perspective of it does feel like a fishbowl to be living there, but have, you know, have folks coming into the maker space and you're not quite sure who those adults are, and your kids would be interacting and asking to go to the store, and it feels like a lot, but you know, as you said, it's aspirational as well, because maybe we could all live that way, where everybody can see us. But I think that's a difference that I'm noticing.
I think we kind of see the maker space as having clientele that would include, you know, kids and other people who want to be part of this. So we saw this more as a community space. And it wouldn't be a whole lot different than retail, where, you know, you might have strangers, for example, walk into these spaces. So we didn't see these as being any different or being any more restrictive or any less restrictive than our other developments.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I might just add a comment. What we've tried to do here is strike a balance between permeability, which was I think a big objective of the city when it issued its RFP for Lot 12, but also balance that with the need for elements of privacy and space that is reserved for our residents. And I think we've done a really good job of accomplishing both. We've provided spaces that are shared or permeable between our residents and members of the public. And those are things like the community nonprofit space and this community room. We have also provided areas that are programmed and reserved for our residents only. And those are up actually on the podium. So those have controlled access. You need to be a resident to access those spaces. And those are things like, we have a resident community room up there on the second floor. We have teen rooms and resident services offices, support services up on that level. And those are the spaces that are private and are designed to be used exclusively for our residents. So I think one of the things we've really tried to do is incorporate both. We have the public-private plazas, we have the mid-block crossing that's open to the public, we have the corner plaza, as well as our resident spaces up on the podium.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other questions, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. It will display a 2-minute timer. James Kuzamal.
Good evening. My name is James Guzman. I live in Mountain View, and I'm speaking both from Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and from Mountain View YIMBY. And sort of say we're all looking very forward to this project. We'd love to see 160 car storage spots being replaced with 120 homes. And the only hope would be that future projects could be an even more extreme version of this with even more homes and even less rebuilt parking, so that we can help to address our affordable housing crisis. And we look forward to this project moving forward as quickly as feasible so that we can get people housed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So it says Silicon Valley DSA, but I think that's you, Tim. So I'll add, I think that's you.
That is me. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Again, logged in on the wrong Zoom, speaking just for myself tonight. But I love the project. It's great. I love the extremely low income. I like the questions from council about trying to avoid the float. Just everything looks great. With regards to the farmers market, I mean, Cal Ave in Palo Alto blocks off the street for that. That's maybe something that we could do to preserve it. But great project. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you. Corey Wolbach.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, hi Corey.
Hi, this is Corey Wolbach from Silicon Valley at Home. I just wanted to follow up on our letter and say that we really think this project ought to move ahead. We think it's a great project. It checks all the boxes that we look for in affordable housing. It's not overparked, and we think that it provides a really important opportunity for extremely low income neighbors to have a place to live. Thank you very much. I'll let you have your time back.
Great, thank you. So this doesn't have a name, it just says staff.
Hi, apologies. I too am in the wrong Zoom. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am the Regional Director of YIMBY Action. We are a pro-housing group that organizes for welcoming communities where everyone can thrive. I am also a licensed clinical psychologist, and I spent several years serving homeless veterans in Santa Clara County. So I am well aware of our need in this region, particularly in northern Santa Clara County, for housing that serves extremely low income people and people who have experienced homelessness. And I think this is an excellent proposal that would replace surface parking with homes on the peninsula. I think we have prioritized having public spaces to store cars for too long. And this is reversing the trend to really prioritize our public land for housing. And there would still be the replacement parking, but really making the housing for the people who need it most the priority is wonderful. And I just thank you all for your leadership in making this happen, and look forward to more projects like this in more cities throughout the region. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. Kevin Ma again. I am in support of this project. As you have probably all reviewed the community plan to end homelessness, currently we have a situation for what one person entering the system on homelessness, 3 people join homelessness themselves. So we need to be doing the most to make sure that we have the housing available for those in need. I too agree that the float up should be used as a last option. Public subsidies should be used for ELI at the highest priority, and the rest of it can be done later, especially given that how rare it is to find, there's no market solutions for that. It's basically all subsidy at this point. And to talk about speeding up, it takes 5 years until anyone can enter this building. And given the rate of homelessness in the area, we do need to address that earlier and earlier. So I hope this project goes well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So that concludes our public comment. So I'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. Councilmember Showalter.
I'm unmuted.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. All right. Looking for the. Shoot.
You're unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Okay. Yes. This is time to make this resolution. I would like to. I'm sorry. I need to find the other thing. I got the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper here. But I'm very supportive of this. This project was brought up the first meeting, the first goal setting session when I came on council in 2015. And so I'm really delighted to see that we're here. So I'd like to move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, determining and declaring the state-owned site located at 907, 929 and 941 California Street and 424, 428, 444, 454, 460, and 468 Bryan Street, referred to collectively as Lot 12, to be exempt surplus land pursuant to Government Code Section 54221 F1A, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Attachment 1 to the council report. Approve the key negotiated business terms by and between the city and the developer, Alta Housing and Related Management Company, for the funding, development, and long-term lease of the Lot 12 site. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute a lease disposition, development, and loan agreement with Alta Housing and Related Management Company consistent with the described key deal terms if the city manager or designee determines the project is exempt from review under the California Quality Act pursuant to Senate Bill 35 or other applicable exemptions. 4, provide direction on the project design and architecture. And 5, authorize Alta Housing and Related Management to submit the formal planning application after making the design revisions identified in this report and as directed by council, as confirmed by staff, and after full execution of the lease, disposition, development, and loan agreement.
City Attorney Chopra, I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to interrupt Councilmember Showalter. I do recognize that there still needs to be direction on the project design and architecture and majority support for that, as Councilmember Matichak raised earlier. So I wanted to point that out if there's going to be a discussion on the direction on project design and architecture.
Yes. I didn't want to interrupt either. So Councilmember Showalter, there was a couple of questions that staff had, and I think we're being asked for our comments as well. So recognizing that you made the motion, did you also have any comments on the outstanding questions from staff?
No, basically I'm supportive of the suggestions, particularly the one of increasing the landscaping on the corners.
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll second the motion, but just to clarify, the direction in the motion right now for item 4 is the staff recommendation. Is that correct? Okay, yeah, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation. I appreciate the comments shared earlier during the council questions. I feel optimistic that the applicant is responding to the concerns that staff has identified, and I feel like there's a good possibility that we'll be able to implement those changes expeditiously and not jeopardize the ability of the project to attract whatever state funding is necessary to the tax credit cycle. So comfortable with the staff recommendations. I don't have any other changes that I would recommend. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chen, do you mind kind of reviewing some of the things you're asked for staff feedback? So I think some of the questions were council input on the design, landscaping, as well as public art. Can you just maybe highlight those?
Yes, so let me just pull up the staff report because it did include some bolded sections where staff is making specific recommendations on the areas of additional work. And if the council has that document, they could provide comment on those staff recommendations. And if council has other areas that are not bolded, those can be certainly brought up by council and discussed for majority direction. But just looking at the staff report here, there is discussion that begins on page 9 going through, but there is recommendation on additional pedestrian environment and placemaking components, treatment of the ground floor commercial area, as well as the residential, regarding materials, et cetera, regarding the windows. There is a section in there about public art and seeking if council has any direction on public art in terms of the location and the trees, as Councilmember Showalter mentioned, and recommending further modifications to break up some of the two-story massing that's part of the design. So those are some of the items that staff had surfaced specifically. And if council doesn't have any additional input, then we would work with the developer on these specific items. And if council has other majority input on other items, we would work with the developer as well.
Mayor, if I may just add, I think there's only one area where we're specifically requesting council's direction, and that's on whether public art should be included. Or if the distinctive tree planting will work. Everything else is a staff recommendation, and if the council agrees, we can move forward.
Yes, thank you. So for I'm just going to take a pause here. So for Councilmember Showalter and Vice Mayor Ramirez, it sounds like you're comfortable with the staff recommendations on the items that Mr. Chen outlined. And then I think we're just seeking clarification on your position about public art or the tree as placemaking. Is that correct, Ms. Shrivastava?
Yes, that's the one area where we're asking for direction. The others are all recommendations that we are recommending.
Okay, great. So we'll circle back to Councilmember Showalter and the Vice Mayor after everyone else has raised hands. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, so I will be supporting the motion, but I wanted to give my comments on the things we were requested to comment on. I also support the funding and the deal terms. I'm highly supportive of the design direction. I think it's kind of a tricky spot between the modern high-rise office building and then the low-rise residential. And I think that this bridges that kind of divide, looking both modern and residential at the same time. And I particularly like that it's not some kind of fake historic with modern materials. So I'm very supportive of that. I think that the asymmetric gabled roofs and the warm materials kind of fit in that arena of being both somewhat modern and residential and warm at the same time. I think we asked for this from the beginning, but I very much like the permeability of the ground floor. I actually wish that that in more places we had mixed use. For instance, the Prometheus building right across from the train tracks. I wish we had more. That has open windows on the ground floor, but the public can't go in it. So I'm glad that this has more public interface, and that's something that I'd like to make sure we do more in the future. I think that's what downtowns are all about, not excluding the public. So I like that. I like the idea of the makerspace. I know there's a maker nexus. I don't know if you've talked to them, but a Mountain View resident helps run the maker nexus, which is now located in Sunnyvale. But I know that she's also interested in maker spaces that would interface well with the library in terms of, offering children's activities. And I also know I'm actually really excited about maker spaces. And I know that, with sort of hoping for a more green and sustainable future, they also, pair well with that, with allowing people to fix things and make things instead of always buy things and throw things away. So in terms, I am particularly, the other thing I liked was the staff comments on making sure that it's not glazed glass on the ground floor. I don't remember the particular term, but having the tiles and making sure that it's sort of consistent with the rest of downtown and not just the floor to ceiling glazed glass on the front, on the ground floor, which I think is not as warm and not as consistent with the downtown. I really like the comments on more window depth too, because I know that's something that, not making the windows so flat. So let's see. And in terms of public art, I really, my first priority actually would be to have more landscaping and more trees in the public spaces. But if I would go along with whatever else the rest of council says about public art, if that fits in. But like I said, my priority is the trees on the ground floor. And then I guess my last comment is that the staff report says lot 12 is currently a city-owned parking lot with 160 spaces, and council supported the replacement of those spaces off-site. I want to say that I think the first step in replacing those spaces is to pay to get access to the parking spots we already have downtown. So those are my comments, and I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I do support this project and agree with the staff recommendations. on changes to the design. But I want to add a few more suggestions. I agree that on the corners there needs to be more planting. I'm very interested in seeing large trees, like oak trees, if possible. I think sometimes we often look at new development and say there needs to be a statement corner of a building, but I'm more interested in a statement corner with landscape and trees than I am a building. So I think both corners are great locations for very large trees, preferably oaks. I also would like to see, as we've said on other projects, at least 75% of the landscaping be native landscaping. And I also, I specifically ask about the page A 2.2, and if that was the view the existing homes to the west would see. And I feel like it could be more interesting. The roof looks like it's one big roof that's just one straight line. And I think it could be broken up a little bit and be more articulated or have more interest. It's kind of stark. And the neighbors will be looking at that. So I'd like to see that broken up. I also am concerned about on the Bryant side, when you walk into the mid-block area, the sides of the buildings there seem, again, pretty stark. And I think they could have more interest as well. I don't want to repeat what we've done in the development that we often talk about. I think it's called Wild Orchid. We haven't talked about it in a while, where the sides of the buildings are really stark and uninteresting. I feel like this, if you can't alter the building, I feel like this is also a place where you could have art built into the sides of those buildings with some sort of design. I'm interested in public art in terms of either, it being built into the building, or, as we've also said in the past, functional art. So I think the seating areas can have interesting benches, artsy benches. The one that's there, it's more interesting at the back of the plan than it is what's shown in the actual plan. It's got more color to it and some other interesting things. But actually, I think you can do better than that and have an even more interesting bench or seating area. All of them could be artsy, as well as the racks for bicycles. Those can also be artsy. And let's see here. I think that's it. So I guess I'd like to see if other council members have the same perspectives on those potential changes. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Abe Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm so glad that Councilmember Medichek went before me, because I agree with all of her suggestions in regards to design. The trees, that was, I usually let others speak about trees, but I was concerned because I think we normally ask for like a 3-to-1 replacement, and this was less than that. So whatever we can do to add more trees and larger trees would be great. So I was kind of teetering back and forth about the public art piece, but what Councilmember Medichek mentions about functional art or art in the building, I think it's actually the other Alta project on El Camino that has some of that, the colorful design and so forth. So I think that would really contribute to also just the starkness or diminishing the starkness of the project. So that's what I would ask the designers to work on. But other than that, I do plan to support this project. I'm excited about it. I am concerned the finances seem to be a little bit precarious. But hopefully things will work out. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't know if I'm necessarily qualified to comment on some of the aesthetic choices. But in terms of the public art, since for me, the public and private sides of this are kind of, you know, a struggle in my mind. I'd like to see something that doesn't scream public art. This is possibly a shopping center or something like that. So I do like the functional art idea. And then I think that's something that would make it a landmark for children that live there, because this is probably not their first stop, and maybe not the stop for most of their childhood, but something that they could relate to that would be very durable. And I think so many kids love the animal at the library in the tree trunk. I don't know if it's a rabbit or a mouse or what it is exactly, but they all seem to know about it. And so something like that that just stays the same, I think would be really charming to have.
Great, thank you. So did, oh, great, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to check with the applicant. I think we heard a number of good suggestions about landscaping and incorporation of public art. From the applicant's perspective, are those relatively easily incorporated into the project? Is there anything that we need to be sensitive to?
So I think, sorry, Vice Mayor. So just to clarify, and I'll clarify through staff. I think this is when we're providing the direction and the recommendations to the applicant on what we'd like to see. You know, I think perhaps staff will follow up with the applicant afterwards, and we'll get that report back on what the feasibility for the items will be afterwards. But I think I was hoping just for your input on the trees and the public art piece that you didn't comment on prior.
Oh, okay. I don't have a strong preference, you know, one way or the other. I think if I'm forced one way, I like the additional landscaping. I think that's something we need to be thoughtful of, particularly given environmental sustainability goals and tree canopy goals. So I probably am a little bit more comfortable with that, but I wouldn't be heartbroken if we ended up with public art.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Showalter, did you have any comments on that last outstanding item for us?
Yeah, I looked in the staff report, and there's a statement that says the LDDLA includes a requirement that the developer make a good faith effort to incorporate public art into the project with the priority on local artists reflecting positive local historical, cultural, and community values and assets. So I think that it sounds like they've already discussed this, and that's in line with the functional art idea. So yes, I think the functional art is an excellent idea. And I also like Sally's, Councilmember Lieber's suggestion of something that is attractive to children and maybe has some whimsy, like the great art at the library.
Great, thank you. So I believe that I'll just kind of summarize before I make my comments. So it sounds like regarding the increased like tree landscaping versus public art, it sounds like council would like to do both. And for the public art component, a lot of creativity in terms of how that's implemented in the project. There's been the term functional art used, as well as something that can be like naturally incorporated into the project. So I think that those are sufficient comments. Mr. Chen, Mr. Vostova, do you need more information on that? That sounded unanimous, and I support that as well.
We'll again work to the best of our ability and feasibility to try to make all these happen and send a report. I did want to note that the large trees at the corners are something we will try to fit in, but typically there are a couple of things that do get in the way. One is the corner visibility triangles for safety, and the other one is uplifting of sidewalk and having enough area for the tree roots to grow. So we'll try our best to see what we can do and then report back to council. As far as the 75% native landscaping, I don't believe that's going to be a problem.
Okay. And it sounds like council was in unanimous support of that landscaping item as well. Great. All right. And I'm supportive of the staff direction. Really appreciate all the hard work our staff and the applicant is doing to bring this project into fruition. I know it's been a long journey and it's a bunch of different puzzle pieces. Really grateful to Senator Josh Becker for the additional $8 million that's bringing this project into fruition. I mean, I think that's really incredible for a senator in his first year to be able to contribute to that. So just wanted to make sure that we thanked him, and we sent him a letter as well. And liked the comments in terms of the design aesthetics that will mix into the downtown. I think what's really exciting is, for me, I'm just trying to think about, yes, providing affordable housing is a community benefit, but as much as possible, increasing that in terms of making it a walkable, bikeable place, having the different community serving spaces and having the flexibility and how those move forward. I know that it's not going to be childcare anymore, but I think that whether it's a makerspace or something else, it sounds like we'll be able to make sure that it fully benefits the public, which is really exciting. All right, so we had a motion early on from Councilmember Showalter and seconded by the Vice Mayor. So I will ask our City Clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga? Yes. Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
And Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. And I think before we move on to item 7.3, I think we need a motion to continue past 10 o'clock. Would anyone like to make that motion? Vice Mayor Ramirez?
So moved.
Councilmember Showalter?
Second.
Great. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. City Clerk Glazer, do we need to call the roll on this? Yep.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. We always need somebody to say no, right? Okay, so we'll move on to item 7.3, which is our downtown parking garage framework. Council members Abekoga and Councilmember Hicks, do you have an announcement to make? Councilmember Abekoga.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from this item because my real property interest is located in close proximity to the project site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, and I'll also be recusing myself from this item because my real property interest is located close to the project site.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilmember Abekoga and Councilmember Hicks. You'll now need to exit the Zoom and rejoin the meeting after the conclusion of the item. Great. All right, well, they did that quickly. Principal Planner Eric Anderson will present the staff report. Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Archie Shrivastava and Public Works Director Don Cameron are available for questions. And is Mr. Anderson going to be doing the report? Great.
That's right, Mayor.
Right. Let's see. Is he coming over? Oh, perfect.
Good evening. Are you ready for my presentation?
We are ready.
Awesome. Well, let me get my slides up. And is it visible? Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Kamei. Thank you, City Council. This is the Downtown Parking Garage Framework. I am Eric Anderson, Principal Planner. Tonight, staff is seeking confirmation to start studying a new garage at Parking Lot 5, as well as confirmation of a funding strategy for that garage. Last year, the city started working on a downtown parking strategy. It's expected to be done later this year. The goal, it's intended to comprehensively study all the issues associated with downtown parking. And it has the goals identified on the screen that came from council. Back in May, there was a study session. And at that study session, a projected shortfall, as well as an existing shortfall of parking spaces in the parking district were identified. And council indicated a willingness to add to the supply of downtown parking. If council wishes to expand supply by building a new garage, the first step is to begin design. Staff looked at 3 surface lots on the east side of Castro Street to determine which lot should be the focus of that design. Lot 5 came out as the clear winner. That's the lot shown on the upper left. It's located between Dana and Villa on the east side of Castro Street on the west side of Hope. Lot 5 came out as the clear winner. It is the closest to the source of parking demand. It has the fewest trees. It is also a regular and rectangular and efficient shape for a parking garage. Staff is also recommending that the parking garage be studied with 5 levels, approximately 400 stalls, and it should not include underground parking or ground floor commercial. This configuration is the most achievable with the framework for parking partnerships and funding sources available. Alternatively, council could not study a new garage and focus more effort on other solutions, study a new garage in a different location or with different characteristics. We estimate the garage will cost approximately $24 million. This slide shows the potential funding sources to cover that cost. These amounts are estimates. Staff will study additional sources during the design phase of the project. The potential sources include developer partnerships that council has already taken a look at and made kind of initial responses to, including an office building on Evelyn, developed by Marwood, the Lot 12 project, which you just looked at. And then there are several projects that are anticipated to pay in lieu fees in the near future. And finally, there is a downtown benefit assessment district, which has some money as well as an operational surplus, which could support the design phase at the beginning of the process. Staff estimates the garage will have approximately 400 stalls in those 5 levels. Again, this assumes no retail and no underground. The garage is partly intended to address downtown shortfall, but also intended to replace the spaces at Lot 12. In addition, it needs to provide for demand from pipeline projects. This accounting results in approximately 25 spaces to address the existing shortfall. In addition, staff could issue a call for interest from other partnerships, but staff does not recommend this. There's no need for the funding at this time, as you saw on the previous slide. There is additional need for net new, as evidenced by the existing shortfall, and it's not entirely sure right now before we get into the design whether this 25 spaces will be the total number of net capacity. Lastly, it would add additional capacity to, or additional complexity to the process of creating this garage. So staff's recommendation is to utilize these partnerships with Marwood and the Lot 12 developer, as well as these other sources, and then also study the use of future in lieu fees or long-term debt paid from parking district revenues. Alternatively, council could choose not to work with Marwood or Lot 12 to fund the garage, or direct staff, like I said, to issue this call for interest. Here's a timeline for how this garage could be built. This is the soonest that it could be built. In 2022, we would expect staff to identify, or we would expect staff to work on this garage to be identified, as well as creating a CIP. Around the same time, we are expecting Marwood to come forward with their decision for their office building. Lot 12, as you saw, is expected to start construction in 2023, and lots 4 and 8 are expected to finish construction in 2024. Staff doesn't recommend that the new garage start until after lots 4 and 8 finish construction. It would cause too much disruption to the downtown parking supply if it started before, but this actually works out well because we are expecting roughly 2 years of design and 2 years of construction for this garage. So it would be done 2026 at the earliest. So here again are staff's recommendations. And this concludes the presentation, and we look forward to any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. Just one question. Can parking in lieu fees or the district funds generally be used to create public parking outside of the parking district boundary?
I'm not certain about this, but I believe that it cannot.
Vice Mayor, we may have to follow up, but it's our understanding that you have to use it within the district that it generates the fees.
Okay, that's what I thought. I got the question. I wasn't sure. I figured I'd ask. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matashek.
Thanks. Just one question. And that is, I'm still trying to figure out if this is really an increase in parking, because that's kind of the purpose of doing this. And in the staff report, it says net new capacity is likely to be only 140 spaces, but the slide tonight said 25. And my calculations come up with even fewer. So is it really going to be an increase in parking? And how did you go from 140 to 25?
Sure. Well, thanks for the question. Let me get my slide up. Hopefully this can help illustrate.
So on the slide, I think you counted all 80 for Marwood, but wasn't Marwood, some portion of that was actually additional parking and not parking that project needed?
So the Marwood project, when it was approved a couple of years ago, had approximately 55 stalls as their required on-site parking to serve their project, and an additional 25 stalls that they were going to provide as net new public parking, 100% 24-hour public parking. So that came out to 80. That is also the number of their required stalls under the calculation, the parking standard in the downtown precise plan. So either way you calculate it, it's 80. And so this number, and again, these are approximate. I believe they may have had 81 in their proposed project before, but again, these are very rough numbers. This project, so this number takes both of those into account, right? Either this is their parking requirement, or it's comparing their new proposal to their old proposal. And then the 140 is the number that you get after you take out the stalls removed. So the 400 minus the 100 existing is 300 net new on the site. And then taking out the 160 from lot 12.
So we're also losing about 70 spaces along Evelyn.
Yes, there are a range of other kind of improvements that are happening around downtown. The intent of this garage was to address new supply, new demand, as well as the relocation of lot 12. We are, getting about 75 net new spaces at the lots 4 and 8. And then long term, there may need to be additional actions by the city in order to address current and future shortfalls.
Okay, so if I assume lot 4 and 8 replace the spaces lost on Evelyn, that's kind of a wash. But then it's really only about 25 more spaces when we say we have a current shortfall of about 100. Is that right?
That's right. I would add that these spaces are, the lot 12 is not as heavily used as we would expect this garage to be based on its location and access to demand. So there could be some additional efficiency there. Not to mention that there may be, additional work on TDM, for example, in these projects that may reduce their actual parking demand. These are all very rough numbers, and we can do additional analysis as the projects come through and as the garage is designed.
Okay.
Sorry, Matichek, if I may add, I think we've been trying to focus on making the parking public and in a location where it's going to be used better than it may be the current locations. And so there's some value to converting the 55 spaces of Marwood that would have been private into a public situation because they become more fungible and usable. So we're trying to move more away from that private parking system into more of a public parking system. So we believe that taking this approach in the downtown where we do provide additional parking and then focusing on TDM will help us manage the parking demand over the long term. It's not perfect, we're not there yet, but this is just one step in the right direction.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering what opportunities there are for integration of bicycle parking. I know that there's a lot of demand in the downtown, and I'm seeing in the staff report that staff is really making a full court press on maximizing the amount of car parking on the site. But I'm wondering what opportunities there might be for bicycle parking.
Sure, and certainly we can study additional bicycle parking as we get into the design. One of the advantages of bicycle parking is that it is a lot smaller than vehicle parking. And so there may be opportunities within the garage to make the space more efficient by using some of these spaces that might not fit a car to be bicycle parking. And then, of course, in the final design of the garage, the council will have an opportunity to trade off between bicycle parking, larger groups of bicycle parking, and vehicle parking.
Okay. And when we get back the information about the use of funds from within the district, if they can be used outside of the district, I'd be very interested in the question of if there's a public agency that's immediately adjacent to the district, could the funds be used on that public property? And would that require legislation to be able to do that? And also, I'm wondering if at some point, if we could have a study session about the overall parking situation for the downtown, because I think we're seeing more development that's very close, but just outside of the boundaries of the district. And so if we kind of keep it siloed to what's in the district and then don't look at what's just immediately outside of it, I think that we're missing out on a necessary area of inquiry there. Because I think functionally people don't say, I'm going to look for a space within the parking district that is, has this weird shape with a couple, flag pullouts and things like that. But they're just looking for parking. And then at some point, I'd like to get some information back about how the changes to Caltrain will figure into our overall parking situation in the downtown. I think most people are expecting Caltrain ridership to go up if the positive train control and et cetera come through. And then I'd like to know also, are there any models out there of cities that are successfully tapping into some unused private parking? I know that we have the best handle on things like that when we're doing a project like this. Well, I'm not sure who actually said it, if it was which staff member said it, but when we have a new development before us and we have the opportunity to make that parking public and not just strictly private. So those are my initial questions about it.
Councilmember Lieber, if I may just address some of the questions you brought up. We're fairly sure that the funds have to be used within the district, and we can certainly, when we come back with the downtown parking garage, just reconfirm that. In terms of looking at an overall parking strategy, that's a really good point, and we're addressing it with the downtown parking strategy, which you will be seeing in November. And what you're seeing today is one of the implementation items to help address parking demand. So we are looking at a variety of the items you brought up, which is let's look outside the district for options. Let's look at trying to get people into downtown with other modes. How do we incentivize that? How do we sort of change the mode of travel? And that includes getting to Caltrain. And also looking at new developments and how we can partner with them on their private parking. So we will be following up. We'll be learning from other cities that are doing that. And then our framework will include some implementation actions that can help us sort of springboard into actual ordinances, codes, and requirements.
That sounds great. And I'm especially interested on the question of where the funds can be used. If we learn, for example, under state law, the funds have to be used inside the district. Well, maybe we could change that state law. Then also I'm very interested in how it's working right now with the ride sharing locations, because I know that some of the ride share locations were very close to the downtown street closures. And I think that as we cope with the new normal, I think that the demand for ride sharing will be increasing again. And so I'm very interested in what's the flow of traffic for the future like. And we had some pretty truncated spaces for people to get in and out of ride shares already in the downtown. And so is that something that should be relooked at? Because I'm fine with this item to study things, but I think that we have to pursue every other avenue that we possibly can, because parking structures are forever. And they're just always a concrete hulk that gets grimier and grimier over time. So I want to make sure that we've turned over every rock and looked at every possibility that's out there, so that we can say to ourselves, well, we earned this grime honestly, and we looked at every single thing that we possibly could as a place to stash cars and bicycles and move people in and out and those things.
Yes, I think the downtown framework will, parking strategy will certainly look at that. So
great.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And we'll display a 2-minute timer, if that's okay. James Kuzamal.
Yeah, James Kuzamal speaking for the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Mountain View YIMBY. And I just want to express a deep concern that we aren't adequately considering the full alternatives for how we can use these funds to improve transportation downtown. A parking garage is a massive investment, and it is something that, as Councilmember Lieber said, will be with us forever, and goes, anything that has potential to increase or even maintain VMT really flies in the face of the city's own Vision Zero goals, our greenhouse gas emission targets, as well as potential pollution and other forms of emissions. On top of that, it seems like it's a poor use of funding purely for getting people to downtown to spend tens of millions of dollars on parking. The point of things like mass transit, buses, shuttles, Caltrain, or even active transportation modes like biking and walking, is to move people more efficiently. And so if we invest money in those modes, then we will presumably be able to get more people downtown for less cost while meeting the city's own stated safety and sustainability goals. And so I really hope that instead of just going down the path of building up this parking garage that'll cost $24 million, take up almost a full acre of city-owned land, whose cost isn't accounted for yet, on top of nearly $1 million in annual operating costs. Instead of that, we actually explore TDM things, that whether that's active transportation, infrastructure downtown, or a new shuttle or something like that, so that we're actually properly investing in Mountain View's future rather than just forging blindly ahead with more and more parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Lund Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramirez, and council members. My name is Lund Smith from Smith Development. We currently have an application in to develop a 3-story building with 2 levels of underground parking at the corner of Hope and Dana, about 1 block from the subject parking garage. I just wanted to make you aware of an email we sent around yesterday regarding our current application and an alternative proposal we are willing to proceed with if it's in the council's interest to do so. Specifically, we are willing to contribute $3.5 million to the city's new parking garage and allow public access to the first floor of our underground garage on nights and weekends in exchange for adding 1 level to our development, bringing it to a 4-story building. Just to note, this 4-story building would still be within the height and density allowed for this area in the downtown. In this alternative 4-story scheme, our $3.5 million contribution to the parking garage would equate to an in lieu fee of more than $83,000 per stall, which is well above the current in lieu fee. So if interested, we'd be happy to talk with you or the staff more to answer any questions and discuss details. Thanks for your time.
Great, thank you. Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi there, Honorable Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramirez, and council members. My name is Robert Cox. I'm speaking on behalf of the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association Parking Subcommittee. We would like to support the staff recommendation to explore building a parking garage on Lot 5. As the staff report notes, there is an immediate shortage of 1 to 200 parking spaces in our downtown today, which will grow to 400 to 700 over the decade if no action is taken. We would, however, encourage the staff to evaluate whether a 5-story garage immediately behind the historic 200 block of Castro Street would overshadow the largely 2-story block, and consider whether putting 1 floor of parking underground would improve that situation. In addition to our subcommittee's recommendations, I would like to add a few personal observations. I would like to thank the council for all that it has done to help preserve our downtown businesses through the COVID pandemic. I also believe the council did the right thing by agreeing to replace the 160 parking spaces that will be lost on Lot 12 when the new affordable housing project is built there. While I encourage people to visit our downtown using alternate transit modes, I do not want to send the message that people who wish to visit our downtown by car are not welcome here. I would be surprised if any of our downtown businesses would put up a sign in their front windows saying, "Don't come here if you arrive by car." But this is the message we as a city will send if we cut off our businesses' supply of parking. This would be a sad last chapter in the history of our vibrant downtown, which our city government has worked so hard to save. Thank you for your consideration of our views.
Thank you. Salim Damarjiji.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Salim. I work in Mountain View, and I don't support the staff recommendation. So, one thing we heard previously was that there's a shortage in parking with the new Lot 12 development, but I think that assumes the wrong baseline. So, the baseline for parking right now has been artificially high because the government has subsidized parking and submerge the cost of it. So that way people are more likely to use parking than they would have otherwise. If people actually had to pay for parking at the point of service, the rates of parking would be a lot lower. So there is no shortage in parking. We've just artificially induced more people to drive instead of walking to downtown or biking to downtown. I also don't think that this project fits in with the neighborhood character. We have a beautiful downtown. Adding a big asphalt structure, I think would really be a blight. And bringing more cars into the area just adds more noise, more pollution. I also have an issue with using money from an affordable housing provider to help fund this. This money should be going towards affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain. I'd like to support some of the previous comments focusing on the city's priorities for downtown access, where a variety of different strategies are prioritized, and a parking garage is the last in line, and would urge the city council to consider enhancing all the other strategies before making a final decision to build a new parking garage. The location in the downtown, based on trends in the area, could be with policies, could have a driving rate well under 50%. Redwood City is planning for, I believe, a 30% driving rate in the downtown. In terms of Caltrain's goals with electric service, they have plans for frequent service, including in the middle of the day and in the evening, to support many different kinds of trips. And that strategy is becoming increasingly important for Caltrain as commute patterns are expected to permanently be somewhat different after COVID. In terms of in lieu fees, I believe it is allowable in Mountain View to use in lieu fees for transportation demand management, for transit passes, shuttles, and so on. And so prioritizing the use of those to reduce driving as much as possible before creating new parking is something that is in line with the city's policies for transportation as well as for environment. So the summary is to prioritize all of the strategies for supporting sustainable modes first.
Your time is up. Thanks. Tim McKenzie.
Hi, thanks, Tim McKenzie, he and pronouns, Montaloma neighborhood. I'd just like to echo the calls of finding ways to disincentivize car travel. We just saw last week, it felt like the beginning of fire season wasn't quite as bad as it was a year ago, but we might have more fires coming up. We're seeing the consequences of the warming climate that we've been warned of for decades. These are the costs of parking that have been submerged, not to put words into an earlier commenter's mouth, but that was really what resonated with me. These costs are coming out in a public way. I think that we should do our best to disincentivize travel by car and incentivize and invest in public transit. So I hope that when staff is studying the parking garage at Lot 5, there is included the opportunity costs of not choosing to invest in other types of public transit, and the opportunity cost of bringing more cars and incentivizing car travel on our climate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Kevin Ma.
Evening again, City Council. I too, with other commenters, think that there perhaps needs to be a focus on the city on alternative modes of transit. Inherently, the city has subsidized cars over everything else, right? Like, I've bike ridden on bike lanes where there's literally a sign in the bike lane saying share the road because of construction. And which indicates that basically every other form has been just defunded fundamentally. Like, we have many items on the bike plans that just don't get funded, maybe because there isn't the money, maybe because there's opposition that slows down and delays the project. And downtown is one of the most transit accessible places. Caltrain is now going to be speeding up the amount of trains that come through, increasing the amount that come through per hour. There's bus service. There's, a walkable downtown now. And I feel like it's a disservice to the future where, transportation is one of the largest sources of emissions in a city. And there's not really any way to address it. EV vehicles, given the amount of pickup so far, would take a long time to completely electrify the single occupancy vehicle fleet, that we do need to start pushing people into using alternate means. Most trips by car are done in less than 5 miles, which is on a bike ride, 20, 30 minutes, walking less than an hour. And we should be thinking about that as our skies remain, smoky or hot, because, people don't want to change their neighborhoods. Like, we do need to make that kind of leadership now. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a 415 number, last 3 digits, 669. If you could unmute. Again, it's a, oh, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramirez, and council members. My name is Tim McHenry, Managing Director at the Marwood Company. We are the project sponsors of 701-727 West Evelyn, which is located across from Transit Center in downtown Mountain View. We received entitlements for our Evelyn development in November 2019, and in the first quarter of 2020 began working with the city to amend our entitlements and reposition our parking requirement for the building. Due to COVID and for the last 18 months, our activities have been on hold with the city, saying that we are currently re-engaging the city regarding our development and have received comments from staff. In addition, we anticipate starting the development agreement process shortly. As the city council and city staff continue to review and discuss the feasibility of a new parking structure, we look forward to engaging discussions on how the roadmap and execution of the parking structure could be arrived at in a timely manner. We feel strongly that this structure would add to downtown parking capacity and be a valuable asset to the city and community of Mountain View in the years ahead. We support the staff's recommendation to council to study a new above ground parking structure on Lot 5. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So this concludes public comment. I'll now bring it back to council for deliberation. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start by saying I don't come to the conclusion that we should study a new parking structure lightly. I think it may be helpful to think about the history of this. The question that we discussed for Lot 12 was not whether we should replace the parking, the public parking or not. It was whether we should replace the parking on-site or off-site. And I supported what I thought was a reasonable compromise to replace the parking off-site because I felt it might help the financial feasibility of the Lot 12 affordable housing project. So this is, I think, the next step in pursuing that political compromise. I think the Lot 12 project is very important, and that's why I'm comfortable with it, even though ordinarily I'm not all that keen on increasing parking supply. But I do also want to support something that the community development director was saying earlier, and that's the value of public parking is far greater than the value of private parking because we can use it evenings and weekends. You know, the public has access to it. And personally, I feel that we're not necessarily, again, the choice isn't necessarily pursue the structure or, you know, not have parking at all. If we don't do this, I think we will see the creation of more private parking. And so we're still going to have to address VMT impacts, and we're still going to have to contend with you know, community and business concerns about parking availability. So I think using this opportunity to convert private spaces into public spaces is also valuable. And I think Councilmember Matichak had also alluded to parking that will be lost elsewhere. So it's not really, I think, as clean cut as it may be presented. So I'm comfortable with pursuing or studying a structure at Lot 5. I think the only thing I would recommend is that we explore additional partnerships with other developers, primarily because I want to limit the city's exposure to the cost of creating the structure to the greatest extent possible. I think the additional in lieu fees or the partnership proposed by, I think it was Lund Smith, is worthy of exploration because, again, it's not that we wouldn't create parking at all. It's instead of using that money and that partnership to increase public parking, they would still have to privately park their development. So it's you know, I think we need to frame the choice appropriately. And in my mind, if the options are private parking versus public parking, then 10 times out of 10, I'm going to take the public parking choice. Now, if the council is interested in exploring other, TDM strategies, parking management, that kind of thing, I'm absolutely supportive of that. That makes a lot of sense to me. But I do think that, to be consistent with the political compromise I supported, we need to study this option. And I would also want to explore opportunities to convert more private parking into public parking. So that, I guess, the last thing I'll say is I disagree with the framing of the net new spaces, because in my mind, the conversion of a private parking space to a public space is in fact a net creation. That private space is not valuable to me. I want to emphasize that. So if we're converting 55 private spaces into 55 public spaces, I think that's a significant value add to the community, and I would want to see that incorporated into our framing of or as part of this study. I also like the idea of using this to expand bike parking. That's also desperately needed. I had asked a few questions about stall width, and if we can use that to maybe get additional public spaces, I'd be comfortable with that too. Tactical use of compact spaces. But aside from exploring additional partnerships beyond Marwood and Lot 12, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Vice Mayor Ramirez, did I hear you make a motion? That's what I thought you did at the beginning, or did I miss that? You did.
I did not.
Oh, you did.
But
okay,
if you, for the sake of moving things along, I'm happy to move what I just said.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, sorry about that. The late hour is getting to me. Okay, so we have a motion with comments from the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Matichak.
Well, so I was going to make a motion, but I agree with the staff recommendation. I'm not interested in the part of the motion I think I heard the Vice Mayor make, which was exploring additional partnerships. If I heard correctly, the additional partnership that was proposed was in exchange for a larger building, which means more demand for parking, they'll contribute to the parking lot. So I'm not interested in doing that. So I just support the staff recommendation with a couple of options that I would like to see. And I feel like as long as we're looking at this, let's not just pick one thing to look at. Let's pick a couple so we have some options to consider, because it's going to be a while before this happens. I think we should think about long-term. And so I'd like to see us explore, as was mentioned, not just bike parking, but secure bike parking in the structure, as well as, I'd say, additional floors. So there might be additional spaces. And whether that be above ground or underground, I feel like maybe we should look at different options there to understand what are the implications and what are the costs of that, rather than just pick one way of looking at this. So I guess, if you want to modify the motion, I'll second it, but I'm not sure we're on the same page in terms of what we're looking for here.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you want to respond to?
So I guess I'm interested in hearing what other members of the council have to say about this. I am concerned about the financial liability of a structure. So part of the value of exploring other partnerships, in addition to the converting private spaces into public spaces, is it reduces whatever financial obligation the city would have, because it would be private money. So that's something that's important to me. And if there are other solutions to that problem, then I don't object to the staff recommendation, but that's the other consideration. So unless my motion dies, then it dies. But I would rather explore, even if it doesn't pan out, right? We may not approve that development, and so that it becomes a moot point. But I do want to keep our options open.
Okay, so it sounds like your motion is staying, Vice Mayor. Is okay. All right. Thank you for that, Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I have quite a few comments as well. Kind of following on both what Councilmember Matichik and Vice Mayor Ramirez have said. I don't usually go to, oh, let's build a parking structure, but we did make a deal to consider parking off-site to make a much better project on Lot 12. And I think that was a wise decision. I think as I've sort of, we have to study parking a lot on City Council. It might not be our favorite topic, but it comes up a lot. So over time, you think about it a lot. And I have come to the observation that public parking is much more valuable than underground private parking. And I was really delighted to hear that that we're going to have a downtown parking strategy come to us in November. And I hope that is going to include kind of everything else besides a parking structure, because clearly the management activities that we can take, for one thing, they're faster, and for another thing, they're less expensive, and they can be very, very effective. For one thing is, I mean, one of my favorite ones is why we should have a restriction on the time you can park in the public lots in downtown Mountain View. I think it should just say you can only park there for 3 hours. So, and that would mean that the people who are working all day in buildings that have private parking would be more inspired to park under their building than to park on their parking lot. So that'd be one thing. But going back to what we're doing tonight, I like the idea of considering alternatives as well. I don't think it's ever good to just look at one alternative. There's too much work involved in evaluating, and I don't think maybe the staff really meant it that way, but that is kind of how it came through. I'm interested in the possibility of perhaps doing a taller structure. And for me, one of the things I would like to consider on the top of this building is something that would be pretty, and that would be a rooftop garden. I think that would be an amenity for the community. It would be some green space. We might be able to have some stormwater collection features on it. And it would reduce the reflectivity of this building, which helps cool the downtown. I also would like us to consider the use of low carbon concrete. There are different, there's a lot of work that's being done on concrete now, and the LinkedIn headquarters that has just been built has used low carbon concrete, and I'd really like us to look into that as a possibility. Then I think that we should be open to the idea of letting other groups or contribute to this parking, but I don't necessarily want to tie any particular project to it. I just think the idea of cutting it off completely is maybe short-sighted. So I would prefer that we allowed other people to, to contribute. So those are my comments, and I would be glad to, with the addition of some alternatives, to second the Vice Mayor's motion.
Okay, great, thank you. So let me just make sure I get this right. So we have the Vice Mayor's motion, and then Councilmember Showalter, you wanted to also include additional floors, a rooftop garden, low carbon concrete. Would that
That's
be
correct.
included?
Thank you.
Would that be included in the motion? Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm going to be siding with Councilmember Matichak's comments, and I think my concern about going out and chasing other partners is that we don't have anything to offer them unless we go up significantly in height. And I think that that would be a real problem in terms of the impact on the view shed of the downtown, and how much shade it would cast on the surrounding neighborhood and historic parts of Castro Street. And so I'm not really in favor of beating the bushes to see who's out there and who might offer us what, because I could envision us doing that and then only working ourselves into a situation that we don't really want to be in. So I'm not in favor of growing the concrete any bigger than what's proposed here. And I was actually waiting for Councilmember Showalter to say solar on the roof. And I think that some version of that might be a good idea. And I'm not sure how long this study is projected to take. This isn't something that would be over and done with before we have a chance to take a whack at an overall strategy, right? We would still.
No, staff would bring back study sessions for council input on design details.
But would we get the overall strategy in November before this would get so far down the road that?
Yes. In fact, we won't even be able to identify staff to start working on this for at least 6 months. So the downtown parking strategy should be complete by the time we kick off this project.
Okay, great. Well, I don't know if there will be an alternative motion coming from Councilmember Matichak, or if the Vice Mayor will be amending his motion, but I just think that we have to kind of live within our means and not just keep growing and growing the parking situation.
Great, thank you. So I'll turn to I'll make sure I get my round of comments in as well, but I want to turn it over to the Vice Mayor first and Councilmember Showalter to see if there's any amendments or conversation. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. If my motion fails, I'm happy to support the alternative. I think, we're all trying to achieve the same thing, and the interest I'm trying to express is just minimizing any public investment to the greatest extent possible. But if there isn't support for exploring additional partnerships, I'm okay with that. I don't mind pursuing the staff recommendation. I did want to ask a clarifying question of staff, though, and that's once we provide this direction and settle on Lot 5, does that mean that Council Members Habekoga and Hicks would be permitted to participate in future discussions about design?
City Attorney Chopra.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I assume you're referring to the conflict recusals, and it would require a new look at what exactly is part of the next item. So it's likely if Lot 5 is still a live topic, that the conflict could continue, but I couldn't say with certainty without knowing the exact parameters of what that next item is going to look like. Okay, thank you. I think that'll be important information moving forward. I think we'd all prefer to have all of our colleagues participate if possible. So right now, I'm accepting the amendments that Councilmember Showalter proposed.
I don't want to deny the opportunity to explore other partnerships, though. I don't want to tie ourselves or commit that to supporting other projects to make this possible. I just want to sort of test the waters and see if they are feasible. But if this motion is voted down, I'm happy to support the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, I wanted to thank Eric for putting together that staff of that slide of the timeline. I found that really, I asked him to do that and I found it really helpful. And I'd like to call for the question.
Okay, well, hands are still up, so I will do that after hands are up and after I've made my comments.
All right.
Thanks. Councilmember Matichak.
Also, sorry, can you clarify? Because I'm not sure I captured in my notes. I heard the staff recommendation, explore other funders, but we're not committed to it. Low carbon concrete, rooftop garden, and more levels. Is that what the motion is?
I believe so. Vice Mayor, does that sound correct to you? Is that your motion?
I think so. Those were the three additions that I thought I heard from Councilmember Showalter in terms of preliminary direction for design. The only substantial modification I was proposing was to explore additional partnerships with other developers.
So can we add, look, when you talk about more levels, what about secure bike storage? Can we add that as an option?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to make my comments. So let's see well, I appreciate that this is one part, I think, of the piece, it sounds like, to our downtown parking. One is we'll have an opportunity to talk about our downtown parking strategy, which I think will allow us to talk about a lot of things that were provided in public comment, as well as what we've received probably from emails and other outreach to council. And I think those were all great suggestions, and I appreciate that council has that opportunity to kind of have an overarching view of what our downtown parking strategy will be. I'll also say that when I'm thinking about this lot or exploring a new lot, I'm not just thinking about the implications of lot 12. I'm also thinking about our Castro Street closure, which is until January. And I know that council may have the opportunity to talk about permanent street closure there. And so I'm also thinking about opportunities for that to be a possibility when I'm thinking about our downtown parking strategy and exploring a new lot. And one of the things that we've talked about when we've had to talk about parking is the opportunity for the design of the parking structure to be such that, should we no longer need the parking, we could repurpose it into housing or office or something else. We've looked at that quite a bit when we worked with a particular applicant who's doing district parking. And so I see that as something perhaps we could look into when we're designing this parking lot, which is perhaps this might be something we need now, but perhaps in the design, we could also look at, potentially repurposing it in the future to something like housing. So I'd like to include that perhaps in the design, or maybe that's just in the comment phase. I don't know how deep we're going. And so I'll look to staff and the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Showalter if we want to include that. But that was another thing that I was thinking about. And then in terms of looking at other potential partnerships, I do feel a bit like Councilmember Matichak. I feel like it's a little bit like I'm unclear on what that means. I know that staff has already talked about looking at partnerships with Marwood, the Lot 12 developer, in lieu fees, our downtown benefit assessment district, our parking district revenues. So, it sounds like staff is already heading in that direction. And so I don't know if council needs to further
provide direction on that, or that's something staff is already naturally looking at? I don't know, Mr. Anderson, do you need that specificity from council at this point, or is that something that's naturally already kind of going forward? I know that Ms. Cameron's always good about looking for grant opportunities too, so.
Yeah, we are looking for confirmation on this question, whether we should issue a call for additional partnerships. That would be an action that staff would take, would embark on, after this evening, if that's something that council's interested in doing. If council's not interested in doing it, then we will use the resources that we've identified in the staff report, as well as any other potential resources that we identify in the design process.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So, I feel like we're so close. Vice Mayor, I see your hand up. I don't know if we want to tie in this exploration more projects to this lot. I see your hand raised if you want to go ahead.
Thank you. So first, I'm to the extent it's valuable for staff, I did want to incorporate your suggestion that we look at repurposing. I think that has come up in previous discussions, so I think it's important for us to understand the feasibility and the cost implications. So I would like to incorporate that, and then also correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Councilmember Lieber had suggested something about incorporating a solar component. So I think that's absolutely something worth exploring too. So if it helps to soften the language, I don't want to tie ourselves to any additional developments. I think we're very aggressively working with Marwood to see if that can work, and then we've already committed to replacing the 160 spaces at lot 12. But I guess what I don't want to say definitively is we're not going to talk to other developers, because they may have very compelling proposals that can help us meet that gap, which is pretty significant, without touching other public funding, and maybe pay for some of the other improvements that we've discussed here, which might be pretty expensive, right? I think the staff recommendation is a bare bones structure. If we want to include some of the other elements, it might make it a little bit more cost prohibitive. So I just wanted to keep the hope alive that maybe there's another deal out there, but I don't want to in any way suggest that we are, going to approve another office development or ever going to accept any deal that comes our way.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So I see Councilmember Matichak, but I also see City Manager McCarthy. So I want to recognize the City Manager, and then I'll go to Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I just want to caution council in that the list is getting rather long, and we have the funding gap as it is. So I just want to let council know that I think staff can explore everything that's been put on the table now, but just setting expectations that it could create problems in getting to the end result that we are seeking, which is to build the structure. So all of the things that we have within this motion, I think just to set realistic expectations now may not be possible within the funding ability that the city is going to have. So I just wanted to set that this evening, just so that everyone's on the same page.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, do we have to sort of decide on funding tonight along with an assessment of the options? I kind of feel like in my mind, I can separate those and say, let's take a look at what the options are. We know how much money we have. If an option is particularly attractive to us and we do want to do it, then we talk about, well, where do we get the additional funding from? Like, do we have to do both of those tonight? Because I'm interested in understanding these options. I agree, there's a long list here. I actually would take some of these off, but other people are interested in them. But I don't feel compelled to figure out the funding tonight. Do we have to?
Councilmember Matichak, if I may just add, we wanted to circumscribe the project so we knew what we were going to be bringing back to you. I think the options can be priced, with accordingly, but if the council is interested in a partnership or not, we would like to know, and then we can sort of give you some idea of how we plan to go about it. At this point, there's only one partner who's interested, and he has spoken at the public hearing. So we don't anticipate a whole lot of people coming forward, and we can evaluate that and see, at least what we can build and whether that actually adds to the cost or creates a bigger gap or not, and come back to you. But we were trying to get some definition as to how do we go about getting to the next step of designing the structure. And then I'll let Dawn speak, because I'm sure she has more to add.
Thank you, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. What the community director said is pretty much what I was going to say, is that our first step for any kind of capital project like this is to start with design concepts and alternative concepts. And we can look at all these various items that you're talking about on a high level to give an idea of cost, order of cost, and come back to you, and you can see what would fit within the amount of money that we expect to have available, what would actually be a higher cost. One of the things I wanted to mention is that if, it sounds like what's built into the motion was a consideration of additional levels, which could therefore create additional parking stalls. And if we do that, we're going to want to look at options that also include some underground levels, because we're going to want to, be careful about how high this structure goes in relation to its surrounding land uses. And therefore, I could already see this, set of options coming your way. That is this 5-level garage, which is really a 4-story building, because the first level is on the ground floor. And then an option where we say, okay, we'll go 1 or 2 levels below on top of that, or we'll go 1 more level higher, and show you order of magnitude how that affects the cost. And then we can also look at some of these other features, and we would keep it pretty high level in the first go around. But I will say we wouldn't have this information for you for, it could be almost a year. We have to get the staff on board, we have to get the consultant on board, and we have to do the initial just concepts planning for you and so on. So the only concern is any available funding partnerships, keeping the door open to them while we're going through this effort to come up with the different concepts and bring them back to you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, Ms. Cameron, how different from a timeline point of view will the evaluation be if we do a much simpler garage than the few things that we brought up? And I personally think doing it at a high level is completely appropriate. I mean, to me, it seems like the decision we're really making tonight is, do we think lot 5 is the right place? And I think everybody said, yeah, we think lot 5 is the right place. But the other stuff is, it's my interest is very much at a high level. I mean, I feel like, this is brainstorming might be not quite the right word, but we want to just, we want more than one alternative considered. And it seemed like in the report, it wasn't quite clear that that was the case. So, so what would the timeline difference be between kind of what you just talked about and what you and Eric had talked about previously?
I think the timeline difference could be as much as 6 months. And I'm saying that because to do what we're now talking about actually adds an extra step, which is really a lot of concept alternatives that vary in terms of the size of the garage. Whereas what staff had recommended in this report, which was the 5-level parking garage, focused on a parking garage. Obviously, we would look at solar anyhow, that's part of the REACH code and so on, and we'd look at bicycle parking, that would be a big deal. It's the idea of trying to go to additional levels, adding more spaces. If we go with what's in the staff report, it's a much more straightforward project for us because we already have the basic parameters. And what we bring back to you in concepts is more look and feel. And it'll get less into overall look at options that would so vary in costs that you'd have to make a key decision before we go back and now do a little more design into look and feel for what would be the kind of final parameters of this.
Okay.
If I may add one more piece, the partnership strategy would have to be fleshed out a little bit, because typically we'd put a call out for projects to say, for interest, to say the city's building a parking garage, and if you're willing to partner, do submit your proposals so we evaluate them. And then Dawn might have to base her alternative parking strategy on that. So it does add a level of complexity. And so that's the reason we wanted to get some feedback from the council about whether that's an option they wanted us to follow up on, in which case that would come first, and then we would work on the options, which could get more complex, which is looking at underground levels, which add more cost per space.
Councilmember Showalter, did you have more? I see your hand up still. You good?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I feel like we've had a lot of discussion. We have a motion, we have a second. We've included a lot of things. I feel like these last comments from staff are, if we move forward with looking into additional partnerships and looking into additional levels, that will increase the timeline by 6 months. If we remove the additional level and the partnerships, it will continue on the same timeline. I see your heads nodding? Okay. All right. So I guess for my part, I would be comfortable moving forward without the additional level and the partnership if we can stay on the timeline and look into everything else, which was still a long list, which was bike parking, rooftop garden, low carbon concrete, solar on roofs, repurposing lot to housing, solar component. So we'd still get a lot. So I'm comfortable with that. But I do know that we have a motion in a second. And so after Councilmember Matashek, I'll call the question. Councilmember Matashek?
Yeah, so I'll make a substitute motion here. And that's that we do the staff recommendation with an evaluation of one more level of parking. And I'll let staff decide if that's one more level above ground and one more level below ground. Staff already said they'd include solar. We don't look for external partners, but we do secure bike storage, and that's it.
Okay, we have a substitute motion by Councilmember Matashek. Okay. Councilmember Lieber.
And so just to clarify, both of the motions are now seeking to grow a potential parking structure outside of the envelope that was in the staff presentation.
Yes, that's my understanding. Both motions would include additional levels. I think I had asked if we could maybe keep the original, but I didn't hear any.
So I'm not sure how many levels were in Lucas's motion.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
So given the feedback from staff, the most important thing in my mind is the additional partnerships. That's the one thing I didn't want to compromise on. But if keeping the envelope within the staff proposed confines helps things move along more quickly, I'm okay with eliminating the consideration of additional levels.
I think it sounded like whether it was an additional level or if it was partnership, it would increase it by 6 months. So it doesn't, the only way to not increase it would to not include an additional level and not include additional partnerships, correct?
Well, one of the reasons additional partnerships could increase the time is because additional partnerships come along with additional parking capacity needed, and that could lead to another level. So they can go hand in hand.
Yeah, so I think either way, it would be an increased timeline. Okay, all right. So we have the original motion. Oh no, we have the substitute motion from Councilmember Matacek, but I did not hear a second on that. So the original motion is from the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Showalter, which was the staff recommendation. Well, I guess not the staff recommendation anymore. It was looking into an additional floor, the secure bike parking, rooftop garden, low carbon concrete, solar on roof, repurposing of the lot to housing, and additional partnerships. Did I get that correct, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, City Clerk Glazer, can we take the roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
I'll abstain at this point because I'm not clear if this includes the additional partnerships or not.
It does.
Oh, no.
Councilmember Matacek?
No.
And Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right. So we will move, that concludes item 7.3. So we'll move on to item 8, council, staff, and committee reports. Does anyone have anything to report? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be very quick. I did want to ask staff about, we received some comments earlier from residents near Latham who expressed concerns about traffic safety and speeding. And it sounds like a petition will be submitted pretty soon. It wasn't clear if that was the neighborhood traffic management program, but I did want to ask staff, do we have any ongoing work related to traffic safety, traffic calming that would impact Latham?
At this time, no, we do not. I made a note that we are expecting a petition, and whether they consider it part of the neighborhood traffic management program or not, that's how we would treat it and follow up with the community on that basis.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind sharing with the council afterwards what the result of that analysis is, that would be really helpful.
Yes, we will.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to renew my request at this time to have a study session on the Gamble Way projects. I think that there's significant public interest and concern about displacement that it would merit a study session.
Expecting a petition, and whether they
Not sure what that was, Mayor. But do we need to take a straw poll, or can I just make that request and it will happen?
I'll turn to City Attorney Chopra. I don't know what that noise was either.
Yes, there were.
Councilmember Hicks was joining in, so maybe there was a delay from her when she was watching us.
Yeah, any request for a future action from item 8 requires majority council support. But I think for this one, that is still true. But we would also want to talk with Public Works Director Cameron and perhaps a Community Development Director about what that would entail. If there's if time would allow for that before the September 28th, and if not, what it would entail in terms of rescheduling perhaps the September 28th. So there's some factors to consider, but to answer your immediate question, it requires a majority support for council to agendize a future item like that.
And so in theory, a study session item could also be on September 28th. Is that a possibility from staff?
I could answer that question. Yes, we could hold the study session on the 28th, but we did want to understand the goal of the study session to see if we could respond to it with the current plan, and then we could certainly move to a study session if required. I think we're going to have to internally look at any changes we need to make, because we do have other things that have to happen before we come to council. We have scheduled, for example, a tenant meeting tomorrow to meet with the tenants and then go over the program that we have worked on with the council's help. We also have a ZA hearing scheduled that we have to potentially revise, or postpone if we brought a study session. And then I did want to check on the goal. Is the idea to hear from the public and sort of reach out to them and let them know about all the deal terms that we've negotiated, because we are doing that.
Well, I think from my perspective, there's a difference between reaching out to the tenants and allowing an opportunity for the community overall to have the confidence that we're fully appraised of what the situation is before we move to the next formal step of vacating the public street and easements. And for example, obviously the tenants that are there are the first level of impacts and effects, but then the public overall, if we price everyone of modest means, everyone who works in a service occupation out of our town, that has an impact on each of us. We might be seeking childcare, seeking home care for elders, just trying to get by in normal commerce. And so we have wider concerns than just that that group of a much smaller number who are so personally impacted. But I think what I heard from our constituents tonight is that they just see a rising tide of displacements, and there's nothing that's seeming to slow that train at all. We took a formal step tonight to notice that we're going to take the step of actually vacating. And so I think what I'm hearing from individuals and what I saw reflected in my council email was, a desire to have it be demonstrated to them that council is really taking this level of displacement seriously, and that we're absorbing the message. So obviously it's a time for the public to have their say and make public comments as well. But I think that there are a very enormous percentage of the community that are really worried about what they see as just kind of an unstoppable train spread across a lot of different projects over the past several years. So that's what the goal of a study session, and I think that it could even be done on the same day, because maybe that's not how we normally do it, but it is possible. It can be done.
So do you have more, Councilmember Lieber? I think from what I heard from the city attorney, we need to take a straw poll to see if there's interest. Is that right, City Attorney Chopra? Did I miss that? Yes,
that's correct. And I do want to just be very careful that there's clarity from clarity to the community development director and public works director what the study session would comprise of, because the tenants and community have already been notified of this opportunity. This actually will be the public hearing for this item. So I just want to be clear that there needs to be direction what the study session would entail, and I would ask Dawn and RT if there is clarity on those points. And yes, we would need council majority support for this.
Great. Thank you. City Attorney Chopra.
Thank you. We did want to clarify and try to understand the subject of the study session, whether it was general concerns about displacement or specifically the Gamma Way project, because that would then help us understand the timeline to bring the public hearing back.
I think specifically Gamma Way, that's what's before us. That's the opportunity that we have, because we can't go back and look at Rock Street. I mean, we could rehash anything, but this is what's before us right now, and this is what we've heard from the public that they would like to see.
So if I may, if it's about Gamma Way, whether it's about the development proposal itself or the terms for the potential vacation and sale of Gamma Way, when we say a public hearing, it means we will be bringing all the necessary information forward, and it will have the same ability for the public to review and comment on it as a study session would. And for the council to fully deliberate and discuss. So if it's a Gamma Way study session that was held the same night as the public hearing, it's the same information. You're still going to be making a decision that night. So if we're sticking with September 28th, you could achieve what you're after as part of the public hearing itself. If the request is to have a study session in order to have time to take things in and then come back and do a public hearing later, what that would, at least on the public works side, that's pretty simple. We just have you adopt a new notice of intent with a new public hearing date and null the September 28th date. That's pretty simple. I think on the other side, though, the development approval side is the part where the community development director will need to weigh in, because don't know if there's permitting streamlining act or other issues involved in terms of timing for the development.
In terms of, I think you're right. Dawn did sort of encapsulate my thoughts. The council, if the council moves forward with the public hearing, they still have the same ability to take an input from the public, but there would be a decision. If you went with the study session, then the council would not be making a decision on the project. They would just provide direction. We would not recommend having a study session and a public hearing on the same project at the same night, because it could cause a lot of confusion to the public about what exactly was going on with the project. And so we would recommend either, if a study session is to be scheduled, to schedule it no earlier than September 28th, to give us time to notice. If the intent is to have more of the public speak, and then we would have to take back any input from the council, whether it was about, the Gamma Way sale or the project itself, and then come back to you later with a public hearing. So it does change the timeline of the project.
Thank you. So Councilmember Lieber, do you mind clarifying for your colleagues and staff what you'd like to do?
Well, I think the difficulty of simply taking public input on the vacation of the street and easements is that it demonstrates that it's a semi-foregone conclusion that no matter what they say, we are going to move to what we've put on the agenda as the action. And what we heard from the community tonight was that they would like to see an additional step in between. And so I think from what staff has said, a logical way to do it would be to do a study session on the 28th and then be able to have the vacation of the easement be considered on October 12th. And I just think that that the community is asking for this additional step.
Councilmember Lieber and council members, I do need to step in and just remind council that this project and the action that you took tonight all were the result of direct council action deciding on this project. And while there is, heightened public interest in this project, we need to remember that council gave staff clear direction on this project and acted to put it into motion. And also, I need to speak to the limitations of the forum, such as a study session. There's no action that's allowed to be taken at a study session. So the efficacy or the result of a study session, it wouldn't accomplish anything that would be different than council's direction on this project. So I hope that's clear that I just need to remind council of your own direction on this, approving this project and this path that started tonight with the notice of the vacation and the notice of the other actions for September 28th. So I caution council, the more I've had a chance to consider this tonight, that scheduling a study session that could result in some input that's different than council's previous formal direction, I would caution against that. Perhaps there's a opportunity to, in furtherance of or in anticipation of the September 28th hearing, to provide additional outreach or notice on parameters of what is being considered on the 28th. But the more I've had a chance to consider this tonight, it just being brought up tonight, I would caution against the use of a study session for this purpose.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. All right, so just to circle back, so Councilmember Lieber, how would you like to proceed?
Well, I think that the city attorney summed it up well, that a study session would not have a directed and specific outcome. And I think that's why we should not be denying the public the access to a study session. And so I'd like to encourage other council members to also indicate their support for giving the community that that opening.
Okay, so it sounds like Councilmember Lieber would like a study session on Gamble Way. And so we just need to take a straw motion on that. So I think we've had robust conversation on this. So I'd just like to close this out. Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I was just going to express support for that as well. Sorry, I kind of beamed in from somewhere else halfway through this discussion. But I think I know what's going on.
Okay.
And yeah, I think the community wanted a little more open-ended forum and kind of to hear where everyone's coming from and digest it and then have the public hearing. So in my mind, that's what the purpose would be, and that's what I would support.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask folks to raise their hand if they're in support of a study session on Gamble Way. Okay, so I see 2 hands. So I think that motion fails. Okay. All right. Anything else for item 8, council staff committee reports? Councilmember Matashek.
Thanks. So since the last time we got together, I've participated in 3 board meetings, the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission, the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, and the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. That one is always interesting because we talk about the state of our water resources, and we are very fortunate that Mountain View is primarily served by the Hetch Hetchy system, because unlike other reservoirs, the Hetch Hetchy system is in fairly decent shape. But as I said last time, that doesn't mean go out and waste water. You know, we're all in this together, so we all need to conserve. But you know, it's good we have the Hetch Hetchy system serving Mountain View. I also want to bring up a couple items. I don't know why I'm losing my voice tonight. Maybe it's all the smoke in the air. We've learned that not all of our appointees are filing their FPPC forms in a timely fashion. And even though we have a council policy on that, I would like us to maybe revisit that to see what it says and maybe talk about, you know, maybe deadlines or something that you have to do it, not that you just have, you know, I think it just now says you have to do it, but something that is maybe more of a forcing mechanism. And so I'd like to refer that to the CPPC if folks are in agreement with that.
Great, thank you. And I think just to clarify, these are the council appointees to boards and commissions that we would be looking at for CPPC?
Yes, our own boards and commissions.
Okay.
Yes, not ones in the county or other cities.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we were clear. So per the direction from City Attorney Chopra earlier, we'll just do a straw motion to see if there's support of Councilmember Matashek's item. So all those in favor of looking at our own city council appointee FPPC filing via our CPP. C. Thank you. All right.
Right, the council policy on that.
Yes, yeah. The council policy. Thank you.
Yeah.
All those in favor of that? Okay, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's like the motion passes.
And that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember Matashek. All right, and okay, here it's okay. I'll mute you. Okay, there you go. And then I just wanted to report that I attended our VTA PAC meeting this month from August. We haven't met the last 2 months due to the tragedy, but VTA, we were able to meet again on August 12th. So just wanted to share that update. And I think if I don't see any other hands, we can move on to item 9. All right, So item 9 is our closed session report. City Attorney Chopra, do you have a closed session report?
There's no closed session report tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then we'll move on to item 10, adjournment. So thank you so much for joining us, everyone, for our first meeting back after the summer break. Our next regular City Council meeting will be on September 14th, 2021. Until then, stay healthy, and our meeting is adjourned at 12:16 a.m. Everyone have a good day. All right, bye.
All right, Heather.
Good night. Thanks, guys.
See you, Josh.